I've been lost, hoped I won't be found. Wandered west, California. Stopped off in New Orleans and Austin on the way. Singing songs I wrote for you. Telling strangers on the streets about the things you put me through. Well, here I am, backs against the wall. Want you to listen to my pride before the fall. Well, I've been low, I've been high, I've been drunk now, 7 days gone by. I've been east, I've been north, I've walked the line just a dancing back and forth. And I've seen cold, and I've seen the fire. Well, here I am, just a blackbird on a wire. Singing songs I wrote for you. Telling strangers in the bars about the places I've been to. Well, here I am, backs against the wall. Want you to listen to my pride before the fall. Want you to listen to my pride before the fall.
I used to be brash, I used to be bold, lived off rhythm and road. I burnt every bridge, swindled and stole, sold all stake in my soul. I went down to the creek to roll away stones. The water kept begging my bones. I started to sink, too late to atone, drowning in the sins that I've sown. Friends, I used to have plenty, but the devil within me convinced me to roam where the hill country ends and skies turn empty. No God can defend me from the evil I have known. I try to pretend redemption's in reach. I'd like to believe forgiveness suits me well. Maybe in grave I'll finally find peace, an acre in heaven or a kingdom in hell.
All right. How we doing? ¿Cómo estamos? Todo bien? 1, 2. Here we go. Thank y'all for being here. Still a little bit under the weather. We're gonna knock this thing out though. You already know. That is not Johnny Cash. Let me pull it up real quick to make sure I get the name right. I'm horrible with names. Not gonna lie. That is Drop Tines. That's DROPTINES. Bill of Sale. I dig some country music, but I need that shit to be depressing. I need it to be depressing. I'll put it in the chat. I'm glad y'all are enjoying the music. I know we used to have the cumbias, but that's when I was trying to avoid copyright, and then I realized you're gonna get hit anyway, so might as well play something off my own playlist. All right. So we have to start off. I don't know if we're gonna start off with this, but this shit made me laugh. The paper of the revolution, the vanguard, Jacobin. Morning, Charlie Kirk. I know we were focused on that yesterday, but this is too hilarious. So I'm still, figuring things out. I'm still a little bit under the weather, not gonna lie. This is not my dope, manly, audio manipulated Hassan voice. This is me sick. I'm hoping that it's at the tail end. Kind of really annoyed and frustrated too, because I was really excited to get back to training, and I'm not gonna, put any of my teammates at risk by getting sick, even though it's not that bad. It's just a cold. I was pretty upset too, because I was gonna head out to a local bookstore. They're wrapping up Perfect Victims by Muhammad Al-Kurd. I was excited to be there for that. Don't feel comfortable going there and putting anybody at risk, even if you're masked up. It's just not necessary. It's a luxury. It's a privilege to be out there. So I hope y'all enjoy the deep monotone voice I got going on right now. If only I could grow some chest hair, then we'd be halfway to a GQ cover. All right. I'm wondering here. I got a lot of articles, and I want to read a little bit of chapter 1 of this nonviolent stuff. I don't really have a video, and I don't feel like talking a lot. So if my voice does end up, getting exhausted, I will I'll jump on. There's this debate with Pisco and some so-called leftists that might be fun to watch a little bit of if my voice gets too strained. I'll be honest, I got some of these for your throat or whatever, and it's cool now. I just don't want to hear like the clinking. I don't know if the mic's gonna pick that up with my teeth, so that's that. I don't want to annoy y'all. All right, let's do this. So I mean, let's see. I guess we gotta start with this, right? Who did a good job? Yeah, we'll go with CNN, I guess. 2 hours ago. Here we go.
Information about this suspect. We have a name to tell you, and this is according to multiple sources and our team of reporters covering.
Tyler. We got Tyler Robinson. All right. Give it up for that white on white crime. That right wing on right wing violence. I mean, to be honest, we oppose adventurism over here. We are not prepared. We are not organized to be acting out like this. But man, if we look at the scoreboard, these gabachos, these gringos, these güeros, they get with it. They're busy. We're all talk over here on the left. We're all talk, and we recognize that the threat is greater, not just on us, but on our communities. But damn, it really makes me want to read that. What is that book called? It's funny. It's like the about the Neanderthals and violence. Oh shoot, I think I have it right here. Hold on. It's about cavemen and how they're violent, how their environment affected their epigenetics. You know what I'm talking about? Is it The Iceman Cometh or some shit like that? I'm over here thinking about Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Nightman. Savior of the day, man. Oh. Some shit like that. Oh, it's called what's it called? Who's got it here in the chat? Come on, chat. There's a reason why we don't allow white people in here. The Iceman, Inheritance, Prehistoric Sources of Western Man's Racism, Sexism, and Aggression. Who had it in the chat? Nobody. Nobody had it down. There we go. Makes me want to read that book. It's by Michael Bradley. But man, these motherfuckers are trigger happy. They get busy. What are we doing over here? Champion of the sun. It's hilarious, man. It's hilarious. Let me see something real quick over here. So, Tyler. My voice is not up for any of this. I don't know why I'm doing this. Let's continue listening to this.
Federal law enforcement, Tom Winter, Mike Cosner, our colleagues. Tyler Robinson is the suspect in custody. He is from Utah. He's in custody and with state authorities in Utah, born in 2003.
People saying Trump did not give a damn. Here's the thing. Trump's a real gangster. People fall off all the time. I mean, he's not used to people getting, taken out like this, but he is used to people like just falling off the wayside in business and stuff like that. So he doesn't care. I mean, he's a narcissist to begin with. He's good. Shitty Matcha, is the book any good, or is it like one of these, during that era, especially the 90s, or I don't know when it was written, but there was a big, like, pseudo, and I'm going to say this respectfully, but I do think there was a really popular kind of pseudo Afrocentric wave. Pseudoscientific Afrocentric wave, right? Where it sounds dope, it sounds cool, but it's more or less kind of like wishful thinking than it was actually like rooted in unbiased like scientific studies, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, chat.
And so Tyler Robinson is the name that, according to multiple sources, is the suspect who is in custody. From our reporting, we understand he has been in custody for a number of hours now. And what happens with that, as Morgan was just saying, there was a point where authorities knew very little about who this person was. Well, once you have an individual identified, many new doors open. Tyler Robinson will now be subject to having all of his electronics reviewed, subject to a search warrant, and that would be the typical process now, that once he's identified and in custody, authorities are able to get the court permission to execute search warrants. That could be places where he lives, seizing any phones, digital footprint, any of those things. Also checking the records for the purchase of the weapon that was used here. Can they tie that weapon?
I will say this, getting ratted out by your pops, that is too funny. Can't relate, pal, but that is too funny.
To him. All of those avenues are now open to federal authorities. This is a state crime, not a federal crime on its face, meaning a murder is a state crime. They would be looking.
It involves murder. I'm too tired to be this happy.
For any avenues that allow them to find some kind of federal charge, if there is one that's applicable and appropriate to.
Yeah, Chad, I see that. Zero Deku. The late 80s, early 90s was Hotep Golden Age. Yeah, and it sucks because of like I always for me, you have to understand this. While I was not into BreadTube, I was not into following like all these like Lindsay Ellis. I wasn't into like these pre-BreadTubers, white commentators. I wasn't into that at all. But what I was watching, and now we know he's a creep and all that stuff. But like what was his name? Polite. I was watching a lot of debates from the East Coast with a lot of the Hebrew Israelites, a lot of the Egyptian Kemet cats, like all that stuff. I was watching and consuming like heavy. I should not have been. I should not. But I was watching a lot of that stuff and watching those debates, and I was like, damn, like, and I think because I was like in my Chicano phase, I was like so envious, and I was like, bro, like, I wish that I like that we had that over here. That like I was over here thinking like, oh, when can I head down to Chicano Park and maybe I could debate this and that, and then trying to bring that debate culture over here to the West Coast and to the brown community, all this shit that I was thinking at that age. And less even my age, just where I was mentally, that was influenced by watching those debates from the East Coast. And I'm like, damn, like these fools are posted up like on every block. Like, what are we doing? Like, we need to be more active like this. And then I had to realize like, they're a little goofy, to be polite. It's a little silly. So, and then a lot of it is also very like patriarchal and reactionary. So I had to kind of like step away from that. But I'm not lying when I say that. Anywho, all right. Yeah, we got to talk about these white fathers. We got to talk about these white fathers. Man, I don't know. I feel like the country isn't ready to talk about white fathers and the fact that they are, they're physically there. They're not emotionally or mentally present. And when they are, it might be even worse. I mean, apparently his pop was a retired pig or something like that. I don't know, man. I don't know.
Add to this case with the joint work of federal authorities and state authorities. Tyler Robinson is the suspect, according to our sources.
Now to
That's
a story
it?
straight from death row. And
Come on. All right. Yeah, officials have identified the person accused of fatally shooting conservative activist Klansman Charlie Kirk as 22-year-old Utah resident Tyler Robinson. Utah Governor Spencer Cox said at a press conference on Friday morning that the investigators arrested and identified Robinson after analyzing surveillance footage, interviewing Robinson's family members, and reviewing online messages between Robinson and his roommate. We got him. That's it. Okay, we got him. Okay. Cox said, standing with FBI Director Kash Patel and other law enforcement officials, Robinson is expected to be charged with aggravated murder, felony discharge of a firearm, causing serious bodily injury, and obstruction of justice, according to probable cause affidavit. Yeah. Cox said that a family member of Robinson's reached out to a family friend who contacted the Washington County Sheriff's Office with information that Robinson had confessed to them or implied that he had committed the incident. According to Cox, investigators interviewed a family member of Robinson who said he had become more political in recent years. The family member referenced in the incident in which Robinson came to dinner prior to September 10th. In the conversation with another family member, Robinson mentioned Charlie Kirk was coming to UVU. Excuse me. They talked about why they didn't like him and the viewpoints he had. Cox said that the investigator interviewed Robinson's roommate, who showed authorities messages on Discord between Robinson and his roommate. This is why I avoid Discord. I don't want to get radicalized, y'all. The message associated with the name Tyler states, "I need to retrieve a rifle from a drop point, leaving the rifle in a bush, engraving bullets having left the rifle wrapped in a towel, and a mention of a scope and the rifle being unique," Cox said. Authorities said on Thursday that recovered a high-powered bolt-action rifle in a wooded area just off of the university campus. Damn. In conditions that much of Robinson's messages. That's a weird. Am I tripping out? I know I'm sick, but help me out here, chat. Authorities said on Thursday that recovered a high-powered bolt-action rifle in a wooded area just off the university campus in conditions that match Robinson's messages. Okay, I think just this first part threw me off. Cox said the rifle was a Mauser 98 and had a scope mounted on top of it. He added that descriptions engraved on casings found with the rifle. One of the inscriptions had the lyrics to the Italian folk song Bella Ciao. Cox said another read, "Hey fascists, catch," with an up arrow, right arrow, and 3 arrows down. A third stated, "If you read this, you're gay, LMAO." According to Cox, the inscription on the casing fired said, "Notice bulges owu, what's this?" The governor added that the investigators also identified Robinson in surveillance from the Utah Valley University where Kirk was killed on Wednesday, which showed him arriving to UVU at 8:29 a.m. in a gray Dodge Challenger. When investigators approached Robinson's Thursday, he was observed in consistent clothing with those surveillance images. Cox said surveillance images released by the FBI on Thursday show that what appears to be a young, thin man wearing a black long-sleeve t-shirt with an American flag on it. Hell yeah, brother. Black sunglasses, an Adidas hat, jeans, and Converse sneakers. All right. And here's the fit. NBC News searches of state and national public records associated with Robinson's name and date of birth found no indication of the 22-year-old having a prior criminal record. Public records indicate that Robinson's last voter registration date was July 13, 2021, and his political party is non-declared. Yeah, so this is somebody that is a reactionary who probably feels like the Republican Party isn't right enough for him. That's what we might be dealing with here. From the Twitch chat, Dakadu, they're acting like they did something when it was just his dad that snitched. Don't you take that glory and honor, that valor from Patel, from Cash Patel, the true American hero. There are some funny ass moments. Oh, where is it? Where is it? Yeah, Trump suggested that the suspect's father turn him into authorities. Damn, Trump probably admires that. He's like, yeah, I don't fuck with my kids either, bro. Somebody that's close recognizes even a little tilt of the head, which nobody else would do, Trump said. And somebody that's very close to him said, that's him. And essentially went to the father, went to a U.S. Marshal. And the father convinced the son, this is it, Trump added. Trump repeatedly warned throughout the interview that his information was preliminary, saying he is always subject to be corrected. Good shit, good shit. So a lot of like the sloganeering, let me see if I could find, I was looking at this earlier. A lot of like the sloganeering shit is like a reactionary dog whistle stuff. Although this is interesting. Who is this? What is she saying? Hold on.
Do I believe that any of these persons that you just named believe that Mamdani is actually a bad candidate? I don't. I don't think in my heart of hearts that they actually believe that he is a bad candidate. I really don't.
But one of their main lobbyists hasn't stamped him yet, and that's AIPAC. So, you know, until AIPAC says, you know what, he's good with us. They won't endorse him.
I don't know. I'm not saying that is or isn't. I don't.
But one of their main lobbyists hasn't stamped him yet, and that's AIPAC. So, you know, until AIPAC says, you know what.
All right, case study QB. You're a little libby for me, but yeah, you're not wrong here. That face said it all. All right. Let me see if I could search it real quick. I just don't want any of Charlie Kirk's videos popping up. Sure. So I'm literally like searching up Charlie Kirk shooter, and I don't want that video popping up. And somebody broke down all the like what the phrases mean. For example, like catch fascist, and then the arrows is some video game bullshit. So I'm like, oh yeah, that's fucking awesome. For all intents purposes, it's essentially like a Groyper, from what I'm seeing online. People to the right of the Republican Party that are being led by Nick Fuentes, who feel like people like Charlie Kirk are just opportunists being, there to mislead people. But I'm not going to be able to find this. Let me see real quick. Shoot. And I should have taken a screenshot of this, but there's like so much bullshit. Let me just go to my likes. Maybe I'll find it there real quick. Where are we at? Oh, this is too funny. We'll go over this.
This bad stuff happens, and for 33 hours, I was praying that if this had to happen here, that it wouldn't be one of us. That somebody drove from another state, somebody came from another country. Sadly, that prayer was not answered the way
not a foreigner.
I hoped for. Just because I thought it would make it easier on us if we could just say,
"Oh,
hey,
for sure,
we don't do that here."
For sure.
And indeed, Utah is a special place. We
the
lead
white
the nation
place.
in charitable giving. We lead the nation in service every year. But it did happen here.
He's like, God damn it! I wanted it to be one of them dark-skinned folks. He's like, I prayed to white Jesus. I prayed to white Jesus that would be some filthy foreigner from one of them liberal states that got my good boy Charlie Kirk. But no, gosh darn it, it was one of ours. Now I don't know why a good Christian would ever do such a vile act of violence, but I will say he probably fell victim to the gay trans agenda online. I mean, Utah, Zion, baby. The Mormons weren't playing around. It is a special place. Man, I'm trying to find that it was an interesting Twitter thread kind of going over each one of those things, because I'm not online gaming like that. And look, I'll admit that whole if you're reading this, you're gay, laugh my ass off. Okay, I found it. My fucking middle school brain activated when I read that, and I was like, oh man, I hate myself for finding that shit funny. But I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I'm not gonna lie here. I'm not gonna sit here and lie in your faces. Let's see. All right. I'm always having trouble with your username. All day we sees we something like that. This ain't small town behavior. Dong damn it. Yep. Bro, I don't know about y'all, but I'm sweating, and I really can't turn on the AC because it's gonna make it worse. I'm one of these dumb motherfuckers that, like, when I get sick, todas las cobijas, I throw in all the blankets. I just want to be as warm as possible, and I'm just because I want to sweat it all out. Apparently, that is not good for you. All right, where are we? So we're gonna go over all this per press conference. The actual inscriptions on the casings are Notice, bulges, oh, what's this? Hey, fascist, catch, and then the up arrow, right arrow, 3 arrow down, 3 arrows down. The one that is most suspicious is the oh Bella Ciao, 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 which is an anti-fascist, song. Sam Cedar was saying that it was bipartisan or some shit like that. It's like, shut the fuck up. If you read this, you're gay, laugh my ass off. Yeah. One of the artists from Ghosts of Yodi. No. Hold on, let me see real quick. I'm not understanding what's going on. I'm just seeing like beer stuff. I don't know if you want to clarify, Yipper. All right. So Evan Hill over here saying that the first one, which was on the fired casing, is a copy pasta parroting furries. Look, if we got furries in the chat, I'll respect. I'm not here to smear anyone or anything, but we gotta grow up. Second is probably a reference to calling in an airstrike in the massively multiplayer online game Helldivers. And from my understanding, I'm not a gamer, but Helldivers is, at least the story from my understanding, is very much like what was that fucking movie called? Like shoot, the troopers, they're essentially stormtroopers. What was that shit called? Starship Troopers. Look, as long as they're adults and it's consensual, it is what it is, but let's move on from that. But yeah, Starship Troopers to me is what Helldivers always gave off. But remember, the right was glorifying the boys. So they're glorifying the boys, not realizing that it's satire. I'm not surprised they would do the same for Helldivers, because they did the same exact shit with Starship Troopers. Sweeter than anything. Fucking having me do the dirty work. I feel that. Third seems to be referring to Bella Ciao, an Italian song dedicated to anti-Nazi partisans. Fourth, just a troll joke. Damn, I thought there was more here, because but you have to understand, I wonder if this is legit. Bella Ciao, yes, the same song is also on the Groyper War's America First playlist, and Professor's version, right after Trump is your president. Yeah, so a lot of these reactionaries don't really, I mean, they think they're the good guys in the story. So if this is true, it's unsurprising. El Profesor, it's reminds me of, here's the connection I'm making. There's this show on Netflix that was huge, but it's in Spanish, but like Castellano, like Spain, like that nasty shit, called Casa de Papel. AKA Money Heist. First three or two seasons, I think 2, are just legit. I stopped watching it after that. It gained global popularity. I'm cool with tapping out from a show once the original story has been told. Great acting, great writing all around. Great fucking series. The first 2 or 3 seasons, if I'm not misremembering. But I think it went on to do like what, like fucking 5, if I'm not mistaken. How many seasons? Okay, season 1 and 2 is part 1, which is all I've seen, I think. And then it goes on to 5 seasons. Fuck that shit. And in this series, they sing the song, but you know, Bella Ciao Ciao Ciao. And they're robbing this bank. So it could be that they like that song because of like central banking and, you know, being anti-Semitic, and they connected that and ended up in this America First playlist. I mean, that's what it could be. And I'm not sure if I'm even allowed to do this on Twitch, but whatever. But where is this motherfucker crying about we're better than this? It's a long ass video though. This was only like 2 minutes. I was watching that's like 8 minutes.
For Charlie Kirk to go on his show today and say,
yeah, no, it wasn't this one. You know what's funny about seeing Nick Cruz? You know, talking about Nick Fuentes is just fucking Jake Shields. Jake Shields is like Nick Fuentes light. So if he were to be platformed by him, Nick Cruz would be also like licking his boots. Is it this one?
where's the condemnation from all the Christians? Where's
no. He did like an 8-minute video, and I just saw it recently, but I didn't like that shit, obviously. Let's see. Latest. Maybe this one?
someone like Charlie Kirk? And it just goes to show, by the way, Charlie Kirk, who a week ago said, I'm doing a focus group. I'm open to a contrary opinion on Israel and Palestine.
So Groyper is somebody that follows Nick Fuentes. They're to the right of the Republican Party. They've been, you know, anti-Semitic since day one, so they've opposed supporting the Zionist entity. Where the fuck is the one I saw?
He was my opponent. But I would never wish death upon him or anything like that. And Charlie Kirk never had a kind word to say about me in his life. Now that he has died, I'll say some kind words about him. Although I didn't agree with him, I considered him a part of the political establishment. In many ways, I considered him part of the problem. In spite of that, it is undeniable that he was a towering figure in American conservatism. It's undeniable. He was ambitious. He was a hard worker. He did things I cannot do. A lot of people said after his passing, I saw some people make oblique references to it. They said, well, if Charlie Kirk was assassinated, now the far right will step up. I don't know that there's anyone that could fill his shoes.
But I'll try. I'll do my darndest. If one must, I will. Get the fuck out of here. So, the same way that I say, hey, we need to recognize that liberal Zionists, you know, have issues with Zionists, and there's different variations of Zionists, and they all kind of hate each other a little bit, but at the end of the day, their main goal is the same. To maintain, you know, the settler colonial project alive on Palestine. For these reactionaries, their goal of a white nation is the same, but how they get to that white nation is the different. That's where they have issues. Whether or not they should support the Zionist entity because it's a quote unquote like European outpost in the quote unquote Middle East, but somebody like Nick Fuentes won't see a Jewish person as European. Somebody like Charlie Kirk, as we saw yesterday, will. Him and Megyn Kelly were competing to see who could like worship the Zionist project more. And again, they're WASP. So they benefit from the Zionist entity, not the other way around. Let's not mistake that.
I don't know that there's anyone that can do what he did. He died at 31 years old and left a legacy that many people could not achieve in many lifetimes. He hosted a show 3 hours a day. He went and faced down his enemies in debate. He would take on almost any challengers. I say almost because he wouldn't debate me, of course, but nevertheless.
That is a great like Trump moment. He was brave. He took on anyone except me. He was brave while he was alive, but he always dodged and cowered before me. Let's be honest about that. I love that shit. I love this level of petty, man. You know, he's trying to watch his back because Nick Fuentes is already like banned from so much shit. So it's already restricted. So he doesn't want to own this completely because he's a fucking coward. And he doesn't want to face the repercussions of this. Stochastic terrorism and all that. But, you know, he's got to let his audience know, like, they think they're them. You know, they think they're the vanguard to this shit.
Would debate anybody, anywhere, stare them down, and people don't know how difficult that is. He would sit there for hours on any subject, and then he would return home from the command center and direct the largest youth organization, the most ambitious project in conservative politics maybe ever, and he did it all before the age of 31. An absolutely brilliant, sharp, fierce warrior for his values and his beliefs. And as I said, I disagreed with them strongly. I'll make no bones about that, and that hasn't changed. But you have to admire that this was a fighter, this was a worker, this was a champion, and above all else, maybe this is what I respected about him the most. We had our disagreements. Where we did agree is that he would go to these college campuses and proclaim the name of Jesus Christ.
Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. You see what I'm saying? At the end of the day, their goal of a Christian white nation is the same. They just hate each other for how they're going about it, the strategies that they're implementing. Not about the objective. The objective of securing a white Christian nation is the same. But then you have somebody like Nick Fuentes who's a Catholic. So that's going to change things up a little bit different. But yeah, this infighting shit is fucking hilarious. It's cute. It's adorable. We love to see it. And they're really fucking cutthroat. I always reference the Black Myth podcast did an episode on Angela Davis was part of the Black Panthers. That was the myth that they were debunking. And they mentioned that somebody rolled up on Angela Davis on campus. Allegedly, I don't know if it's confirmed or not. And they essentially told her, y'all need to stop using the name of the Black Panthers. That's our name. We don't want to be associated with y'all. And they did it in a not so polite way. Very stern, very forward. And that was that. The left, because the left, it's made up of, that was about to cough like crazy. All right, first run of the stream. My apologies. All right, we're here. The left is run predominantly by white, liberal, rad-lib yuppies, right? And because of that, you got to play nice or else you'll get excommunicado. You can't be tough because that's toxic masculinity, all that bullshit. You can't put your fucking foot down because then, you know, you're going to have a problem and you're going to get expelled. And yes, Angela Davis is, I don't know if she's a fad, but she's definitely sold out and she was telling people to vote for Hillary Clinton. So does it really fucking matter whether or not she's a fed at that point? So, with that in mind, we don't have that. We can't check each other. Yesterday, you know, the Soulless King accused me in chat that like I was yearning for violence or the violence along the left, this and that. I'm not. I wasn't. But sometimes I think you should check a motherfucker. and let them know that, hey, you're a fraud, you're an opportunist, you're here to benefit for yourself, not for the people. And that's wrong. You got to be outspoken about that. Hey, you're aligning with Zionists, liberal Zionists, and you're claiming to be an ally of Palestinians, and that's wrong. I think you should be able to check people. Hey, you're normalizing the Democratic Party, and you're claiming to be part of the left, and they just committed a genocide. Stop calling yourself a leftist. Oh, you're going to keep doing it? All right, cool. We'll see about that. So, I mean, it's no different than Revolutionary Blackout Network with Nick Cruz getting checked and being told they can't use Fred Hampton's leftist anymore, which is, when you think about it, a stupid fucking name, because a Fred Hampton leftist would just be a Marxist-Leninist. But even to this day, Revolutionary Blackout Network isn't made up of Marxist-Leninists. Go figure. But when you're trying to steal the work of a black revolutionary, as you align with white nationalists like Jimmy Dore and the Boogaloo Boys, Jackson Hinkle, the ACP, Midwestern Klan, whatever works, I suppose. Yeah, we're hating and smearing black women in the chat for sure. So, of course, this is Ben Burgess. I did not check. For those of you that don't know, Ben Burgess has had me blocked on Twitter for quite a while because I called out his neo-nativist excuse for why European Zionist Jews, according to him, have the right to remain in the homes they stole, have the right to remain on the land that they stole through violence. That is Ben Burgess. That is one of the leading voices in Jacobin, the so-called left magazine. The assassination of Charlie Kirk threatens to embolden the far right. No, they were so docile. They were so docile before this. And provide Donald Trump with a pretext for crushing dissent. Oh, shit. Apparently, Donald Trump, this fascist leader, a unique fascist leader, needed a pretext to crush dissent. Okay. That's interesting. He wasn't doing it before. Nice. Escalating political violence corrodes democratic norms and poses a unique threat to the left. Oh, man. And Megan Day, why does that name sound familiar? Why does that name sound familiar? Okay, this is her. Let's see. Let's see, Megan Day. Ooh, okay. I wrote about the campus Gaza protests, the strategy of divestment, the corporatization of higher ed, the tyranny of endowment, and the existential struggle over purpose of universities. That was okay. That was interesting. I don't see where Palestine comes in. Let's see. Just one. I spelled that wrong. That's on me. Probably still spelled it wrong. Okay, whatever. Charlie Kirk has never received a warm welcome in the pages of this magazine, but he's going to receive a warm ass eulogy. Okay. It doesn't matter now. The assassination of Kirk is a tragedy. Morally, it is unjustifiable. It is morally unjustifiable, according to Ben Burgess, and Jacobin to help a Klansman, a Christian white nationalist, go into the night. Isn't that strange? Isn't that strange? When I tell you that these white leftists put their whiteness first and foremost, I'm not joking, I'm not exaggerating. They're concerned about their whiteness first above everything else. Politically, it is a cause for serious alarm. The larger spiral into political violence would be a larger spiral into political violence would be a catastrophe for the left. You don't say. You don't fucking say. As of the time of this writing, no one knows the shooter's ideology or motivations, but some key points are clear. Well, now we know he's a fucking Groyper. Now we know he's a reactionary. Now we know he's to the right of Charlie Kirk. But Ben Burgess is going to take the position of the Republican Party that this is somehow on the left. Cool. Let's go. No one should be killed as punishment for political expression, no matter how objectionable. In addition to our basic abhorrence of violence, we're also proponents of democracy, which depends on free speech and open inquiry. Without them, collective self-governance is impossible and tyranny becomes inevitable. Imposing silence on political opponents by brute force, whether in the form of state crackdowns or on dissent or lone wolf assassins of leaders, undermines a principle that democratic socialists have always held dear. Democratic socialists. They rebrand every couple of years. Before it was liberal, before it was progressive. They rebrand. Now democratic socialists, forget whatever it meant. Who knows when? Now it just means liberal. Now it just means progressive. Or what liberal progressive used to mean before they became associated too much with the Democratic Party in the negative sense. But it's fucking hilarious that, again, Ben Burgess takes the bait, takes the framing of the reactionary movement in order to wag his finger to the people on his left. It's the reason why he wrote that dumbass book, Canceling Comedians While the World is Burning. Because what these, Monday morning quarterbacks do is, oh, I actually can't organize people around me. I actually don't represent the working class in any regard. So let me wag my finger at them. That's what they fucking do. Analogy, it's catching up, but for some time. Hello. It's catching up, but for some NyQuil. Hello. Feel better. Thank you so much. Yeah. Okay, quick question. As an aside, thank you for the super chat. Super chat to turn on, y'all. When you buy the 2-pack of NyQuil DayQuil, do they both say NyQuil or one says DayQuil and one says NyQuil? Because I might have been taking NyQuil this entire time during the day, which would explain a lot. I just always assumed that NyQuil was that like bluish, purplish, dark color, and that DayQuil was like a brighter yellow, like honey color. And so I wasn't actually reading the description. I was fucking drinking this shit like it was Gatorade, going off the color. What flavor do you want? I want the blue one. What flavor do you want? I want the red one, right? So, which, I mean, if I'm able to have energy like this on NyQuil, I most definitely have ADHD. Yeah. And I mean, don't think he did it for no reason. that book that Ben Burgess wrote, Canceling Comedians While the World Burns, real quick, and as an aside, this book here, how much does it go for? No, I don't want to click on that, but where do we go shop? $13.96. Disgusting. He wrote this book, and guess what happened? He was able to get on Joe Rogan because of that book. Look how fucking happy he is. He's like, I'm going to sell so many books. Fucking pathetic. Fucking pathetic. Fuck Ben Burgess every day. He's a Zionist through and through. He's what I'm terming a neo-nativist. Disgusting. And this is the thing, the reason why I mock Michael Brooks, the great white savior saint himself, is because I purchased and I read his little pamphlet, not even a book, a pamphlet on the intellectual dark web. Let's see. Which is hilarious because by the time it was published, the intellectual dark web had already like ceased to exist. It was no longer a thing. And you know what's hilarious? For the audio of this pamphlet, I never heard a pamphlet getting an audiobook before, by the way. For the audiobook of this pamphlet, Sam Cedar reads it. I wonder if he like stutters and ums his way through the fucking book as well. Fucking pathetic. But even in this book, Against the Web, and here you see all like the guys, all the Ben Shapiro's, the Jordan Petersons, Joe Rogan standing up. And Michael Brooks is standing next to Joe Rogan, staring at him. And I believe Dave Rubin is to his left. Ben Shapiro's over here. And what makes me laugh is that he's like admiring Joe Rogan. And if you read this book, he goes really, really soft on Joe Rogan. Really, really soft. Like he is so gentle to Joe Rogan in his criticism. I wouldn't be able to find it because it's pamphlet size. It's a tiny book, so I wouldn't be able to find it in my bookshelf. But it's so pathetic. It's so pathetic. When I read that, I realized like, oh, this motherfucker's trying to get on Joe Rogan still. He's trying to be critical of him. To be like, hey, look, Joe, I'm not just going to roll over, but, you know, I'll play with you. I'll play with you. Because he wanted to get on Joe Rogan. And what made me laugh is that when Ben Burgess finally got on, you know, the Joe Rogan Experience, because of his book, Canceling Comedians While the World is Burning, which is like literally a book made to kiss Joe Rogan's ass, they talk about Michael Brooks. And one thing that I found like despicable is that Ben Burgess didn't even bother to bring a copy of Against the Web. To at the very least, show the audience, show it to the camera, and be like, hey, this is my late friend Michael Brooks' book, pamphlet. You should check it out for his memory. They didn't bother to do that, which is fucking hilarious. Yeah, Ben Burgess is pathetic all around. Where were we? Yeah, don't harm Klansmen because our morals. All right. Furthermore, the prospect of a descent into tit-for-tat political violence is an ominous development that threatens to narrow the space for meaningful political action. Ominous. That is fucking hilarious. What meaningful political action has Ben Burgess ever taken? Somebody inform me. Was going on Joe Rogan's Experience a meaningful political action? I mean, it probably was for his pocket. Probably was for his pocketbook. Yo, I cannot get comfortable. I cannot get fucking comfortable. All right. We're settling down. I just continuously want to blow my nose. Can't do it. All right. And this is hilarious because, again, the tit for tat political violence. Once again, he's taking the approach that all these Republican leaders are correct and that this was a left-wing actor. Now we know that it's not, and it was a safe guess. It was a safe guess that it wasn't going to be that because it hasn't been those things. Even Luigi Maglione, and I saw somebody got upset in the comment section that I wasn't willing to pay respect to the Italians. Fuck out of here. I'm talking about Italian Americans. They sold out for whiteness. That's not on me. That's on them. So, even Luigi Maglione, who they fucking glorified, even he wasn't part of the left. He did that shit for personal, truly personal, adventurous reasons. He didn't do that because he was fighting for the little guy. He wasn't even a leftist to that shallow regard. But Ben Burgess immediately takes a position that the Republican Party is correct and that this was going to be a left-wing lone shooter. We don't fucking have that here. We don't roll that way. We're not active like that. We should be ashamed of the fact that like all we do is have fucking Twitter fingers. Ben Burgess is a prime example of this. All he does is just sit on his ass. That is what Jacobin is known for. So already this whole fucking, it's hilarious. This whole thing is a waste of fucking time because it's written under the assumption that it's somebody on the left did this. As if that matters to the Republican Party. This what? Let's see. Agur? Let's see. How are we pronouncing this? Especially right now.
Augur.
Whoa. Portend a good or bad outcome.
Augur.
A man of the working class. He speaks just like you and me. This augur poorly for the political culture writ large, and in particular for the left. We say things that others find extremely objectionable all the time, and we expect to be met with strenuous counter argument, not violent reprisal. I'm sorry. I mean, when you're outside chanting from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, and the cops, the pigs, start shooting at you, non-lethals. They start throwing tear gas, chemical weapons, but it's cool. You are met with violence. But again, is Ben Burgess doing that from his ivory tower? I don't know. Who am I to say? The soulless king out here defending not just Hassan, but the Italians. Fuck. I'm burning up, y'all. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate it. I know I'm not at my best, so thank you for sticking it with me. Sticking through it. Jesus. All right. Where are we? Stupid ass fucking thing. While political violence has always existed around the fringes, this has mostly proven to be a reasonable expectation. Excuse me, what? I'm confused. Hold on. I gotta swallow this last piece of candy. Hold on. Give me a sec. I don't want to die. All right, we're good. While political violence has always existed around the fringes, this has mostly proven to be a reasonable expectation. It seems we have been living through a fragile consensus in our otherwise extraordinarily violent culture. Political leaders and commentators went mostly unharmed. Now the consensus appears to be unraveling with chilling implications. I mean, when it comes to political leaders and commentators, the only people taking a hit or taking their shot in both sense are to the right. And some reactionaries have tried taking out some Democratic Party leaders, I should say. But again, other than Luigi, nobody in the so-called left has taken a shot the other way around. Attempted and successful assassinations of political leaders are on the rise, as are politically motivated killings of less notable people. While this type of violence originates from all across the political spectrum, the right has been responsible for vastly more of it than the left for several decades. In the last few years, assailants increasingly seem to hail from the politically muddled, mentally disturbed, and heavily armed elements of the American populace, whose general paranoia and disorientation have become enmeshed with an incoherently but viciously polarized political culture. My God, this motherfucker does not write for you or me. That is so fucking embarrassing, bro. Why the fuck would you write this way? And I read through all that, I think, fairly well, or well enough for my fucking reading skills. Why would you ever write like this? This is such blowhard fucking writing. Even garden variety American mass gun violence has an increasingly political valence to it, where the school shooters of old were given to a kind of a totalizing, depoliticized nihilism. Today, the new scrawl, contradictory political slogans on their contradictory political slogans on their weapons. And I'm assuming he has the this is from Minneapolis. Okay. Oh shit, I exited out. Do I even want to go back to read that? That's the real fucking question. I don't know if the camera's capturing it, but I'm fucking sweating. The killing of Charlie Kirk already seems further proof that America's violent mania is colliding head-on with our political culture's dehumanizing tribalism. This toxic combination threatens to badly erode democratic norms and extinguish any hope of left-wing progress. These people are such fucking cowards. They would have been, honestly, like, oh, man. It's so fucking sad. It's so fucking pathetic. How much more of this blowhard shit? Because, and like I said, it's going to be a lot of reading today. My apologies, but holy shit. And 2 people wrote this. I keep forgetting about that. Oh, this is so sad. Okay. We'll read this. Kirk ran a well-funded political propaganda machine that promoted a simple message. Liberals, radicals, and socialists, he rarely bothered to make well-defined distinctions were ruining the country. Colleges were insidious left-wing indoctrination factories. America was being overwhelmed by violent immigrants. Women should devote themselves to domestic sphere. America was a Christian nation and should stay that way. Donald Trump was a force for good. 4 years ago, one of us, Ben, did a debate with Kirk on democratic socialism versus conservative populism. His politics have trended in an even worse direction over the years since, flirting with much uglier forms of nationalism and xenophobia. But even in 2021, the substance of Kirk's side of the conversation was indefensible. While claiming the mantle of populism, he defended a series of positions that would have been at home on the Wall Street Journal editorial page. He was steadfastly opposed to even baby steps towards a more equal society like universal health care and building a strong labor movement. At the same time, he didn't descend into personal attacks. Oh, here we go. There we are. He wasn't that bad. He was nice to me. He didn't descend into personal attacks. So we're friendly with each other. Yes, I have that one literally right here. I'm telling you, it's going to be a heavy reading day. Heavy, and I'm not even going to lie to you. I'm trying to keep good energy, but if I do tap out at some point, we're just going to go over that Pisco debate from a few days ago. Because I hate feeling like I need to blow my nose and not being able to. Foxy, I hate how they leave out his anti-blackness every time. Every time. These people do not give a fuck about that. He's not willing to advocate for universal health care or a stronger labor movement. He was a rabid racist. Not worth mentioning. He stuck to the substance of the arguments, largely steering clear of cheap gotchas and giving Ben the space to hammer home the contradictions between Kirk's populist rhetoric and the ugly, egalitarian substance of his politics. He gave Ben Burgess space. He gave him space. How fucking sweet is that? That is so cute. So fucking pathetic. Now I'm wondering if Ben Burgess only asked this individual to help write this so that he could dodge some accusations of cozying up to Charlie Kirk's corpse. In a country where substantial numbers of our fellow citizens unfortunately agree with Kirk's perspective, discussions like that are absolutely necessary. The shooting yesterday points the way towards a much uglier path and one that won't and can't end anywhere we should want to go. Again, you should have just waited a little bit before glorifying Charlie Kirk and saying that he was personally an all right guy to you. Because this should be directed to the right. This should be a message to the fucking right. But it isn't, right? He's writing it to the left. He's wagging his finger at us for daring to celebrate the death of a Klansman. The fundamental premise of left politics is that ordinary people are capable of self-government at their workplaces and in society as a whole. That goal is only a coherent one if we trust our fellow citizens to be exposed to every point of view, even the worst ones, and to make up their own minds. Look, I'm cool with exposing everyone with whatever worldview they want, but if you're going to embrace it and carry out white supremacy, that's where you got to get stomped out. Jesus. If he wants to be a Nazi, let them be a Nazi. That's what they're saying. And our democratic goals can only be achieved by democratic means. We seek to overturn deeply entrenched structures of wealth and power. There's no realistic way to do that except by winning over the vast majority of the population to our side. What we have going on for us is precisely that the working class people who would benefit from our platform make up the bulk of the population. In other words, the compelling ideas and the numbers are both on our sides. So why are we always losing? Is because the majority of this fucking country are whites, are colonizers, are settlers. That's the fucking issue. So they're predominantly invested in their whiteness and their white identity and their position of superiority racially, since they can't obtain it financially. I guess my voice fucking, I mean, I'm sick. I don't even care how my voice is. That was a little squeaky, not gonna lie. But the inevitable effect of the introduction of tit-for-tat violence into politics is dramatically reduced the salience of both those factors. In scenarios dominated by factional bloodshed, it no longer matters who has the most appealing political program or the largest political constituency. Only who has the most militant and heavily armed ideologues with the least reluctant to kill. The left will not win that battle. Bro, we're not even in that battle. We're not even in that battle. What the fuck are you talking about? We're not engaged in this. Who does he think the left is, bro? He looks at the black bloc. Black bloc. He looks at the black bloc. Jesus. I kept saying Bach. Like Baki. And he's like, oh yeah. I mean, it feels like Ben Burgess really does believe in the Antifa super soldier. That's what it feels like. And again, if he would have waited a little bit, he would have realized, oh yeah, this is another fucking individual to the right of these fucking right-wing leaders. Additionally, Kirk's murder will almost certainly work against the left in other ways. Literally accepting the framing of the reactionaries. That's fucking amazing. First, the Trump administration could very well use it as a pretext to crack down on left-wing activists. Like they had never done that before. Immediately after Kirk was shot, the right began calling for precisely this response. The demands to purge and censor the entire left in retaliation of Kirk's murder were swift, ubiquitous, and severe. Before the night was over, Donald Trump had addressed the nation, saying, for years, those on the radical left have compared wonderful Americans like Charlie Kirk to Nazis and the world's worst mass murderers and criminals. This kind of rhetoric is directly responsible for the terrorism that we're seeing in our country today, and it must stop right now. The assailant has not yet been identified, and no motive has been confirmed, but that did not stop the president from laying Kirk's murder at the feet of the entire left and vowing retribution. But here's the thing. Remember, when Donald Trump was shot at, and it turned out to be a right-winger, they dropped that shit almost immediately. That's why they couldn't actually like campaign on it even harder. I thought that after, the failed assassination attempt of Donald Trump, that it was essentially in the bag. That's all they were going to run on. That it was going to be like, what was his legal representative, who was the mayor of New York? Giuliani. When he was saying, he was essentially saying 9/11, 9/11, 9/11, 9/11, nonstop, right? Family Guy did the joke on him. I thought that was going to be the angle for the assassination attempt. Nonstop. Oh, they tried to take me out. Oh, they tried to take me out. Oh, they tried to take me out. And it didn't work because the shooter was a reactionary. So Ben would have just waited. If little Zionist Ben, little neo-nativist Ben would have just waited instead of wagging the finger immediately to the left, he would have realized like, oh, they're not going to be able to play this up like they want to. This is another fucking conservative upset with the way that the right is moving. Still with the Bernie shit, martyr in the making. In the year since Bernie Sanders' second and more decisive defeat in 2020, the left has suffered major setbacks. Where, a few short years ago, we were contesting for political power. When the fuck was the left contesting for political power? Bernie? Holy fuck shit, bro. Now we're often reduced to impotent rage by the depravities of the Trump administration, the fecklessness of the hegemonic liberal opposition, and the outright genocide being perpetrated in Gaza. Recently, there have been hopeful signs that we could once again be gaining a foothold in American politics. Most notably, Zohran Mamdani's inspiring campaign in New York. At this moment, that spark of revived democratic socialist politics is precious and fragile. A new wave of political repression could be particularly disastrous at a time when we're only beginning to rebuild our forces. Oh man, these people are such opportunists. And Kirk's murder is likely not to demoralize but embolden the conviction of the far right, who will no doubt turn Kirk into a martyr for their cause. Indeed, the use of that term by figures in the right-wing press has already begun. He's highly eligible for such myth-making, given that he never laid a finger on anyone and was shot in cold blood while in the process of articulating his political views. Man. The fact that he thinks that it's going to embolden the far right. No, Charlie Kirk is just part of the right. It's not the far right. Charlie Kirk is, if anything, the moderate right. Kirk himself played a leading role in pushing Gen Z towards the right, especially young men. If the killer hoped to snuff out his influence, all these assumptions, the way that he wrote this was assuming everything that the Republican Party was saying was correct. All to scold the left. That's fucking hilarious. And then they'll call you woke scold or whatever the fuck they were saying for a while if you call out their fucking racism. Their actions will almost certainly have the opposite effect. Kirk's murder at the age of 31 will no doubt convince many of his millions of viewers and listeners to dedicate themselves to his cause, thus hastening the hastening the coherence of a militant right political bloc that will be an obstacle to our own project for decades to come. In the short time since Kirk was slain, most on the left have rightfully condemned his murder. A not significant number, however, have reacted with an almost competitive lack. He's such a fucking coward, bro. He's such a fucking coward. In the short time since Kirk was slain, most on the left have rightly condemned his murder. A not insignificant number, however, have reacted with an almost competitive lack of empathy. Not only is their anti-moral posturing likely to turn off ordinary Americans who abhor political violence, but it is also politically misguided and strategically naive. There is nothing to celebrate here. Indeed, there is much to fear. My voice is fucked. Fuck. All right, we're gonna get through. We're gonna get through. There's nothing to celebrate when the Klansman gets got. That is wild. Okay, still go. Survive, and then with the 2. We'll do that goal. Fuck it, I need to get more comfortable with this silly shit. Ben Burgess, y'all, the neo-nativist is pathetic. There is nothing to celebrate here. I'm telling you, I feel like this was his exact same sentiment on October 7th. Exact same sentiment. Foxy, make yourself some tea and get some honey with it. Stat. I don't know if you know this, but I am a Mexican male. I will do no such thing. I'm just kidding. If I was really about it, I wouldn't be taking medicine or these cough drops. But I'm a little whitewashed bocho. So here we are. I hope You're not hearing the chewing, the clanking too much. Let me know if you do. I'll adjust accordingly. But he mentioned Mamdani, and I wanted to cover this because this shit's so fucking pathetic. All right. Some Vaporu. We're going to do all that shit. You know what it is? I need una limpieza. That's what it is. Alguien me puso el ojo. Mamdani says he will apologize for calling the NYPD racist in 2020. Zohran Mamdani, a Democratic socialist who won the mayoral primary, said the department was racist and homophobic in a social media post. It's bad. Zohran Mamdani, the Democratic nominee for the mayor of New York City, said on Thursday that he intended to apologize for comments he made in 2020 calling the New York Police Department racist, anti-queer, a major threat to public safety. Let's see the actual quote. We don't need an investigation to know the NYPD is racist, anti-queer, and a major threat to public safety. What we need is to defund the NYPD. But your deal with New York City mayor uses budget tricks to keep as many cops as possible on the beat. No to fake cuts, defund the police. My boy was thumping his chest. He said that the remarks, which he wrote in June 2020 in a social media post in support of defund the police movement, were made after the police killing of George Floyd in Minneapolis a month earlier. The comments were made at the height of frustration, he said, in an interview with the New York Times, and were not reflective of his current campaign or my view of public safety and the fact that police will be critical partners in delivering public safety. Bro said it was in the heat of the moment. No, it wasn't in the heat of any fucking moment. You wanted to appear like a badass, como un chingón, and now it's coming to bite you in the ass. Because you're a fraud. You're a fucking fraud. What choice does he have? Here's the thing. Don't be talking like this. Don't be talking like this if you're going to walk it back. It was only, let's say 4 years ago. We're not even going to give it a full 5 years ago. It was only 4 years ago. Oh, people change. This and fuck out of here. Just 4 years ago. You're already a grown-ass man. 4 years ago. You put this shit out there. You knew you had ambitions 4 years ago to run. You come from a wealthy, affluent family. You knew that you were going to run. Because, yeah, it might have been 4 years ago. But how long has he been preparing to run? At least a year, right? Let's say 2. So 2 years before you started ramping up to run for political office. Don't be talking like this if you're not about it, because now I have to assume that you're a fucking fraud. And or at the very least, if you're really about it, you're sloppy. You're sloppy because this is what you felt in your heart and still do today. And you're going to focus once you win to defund the police. Why the fuck are you advertising it like this if you're not willing to stand on it? Don't advertise it if you're trying to be slick. So it's one or the other. Either you're a fraud or you're not the type of opportunist that we desperately need if we have any hope in the Democratic Party. Mr. Mamdani's posts from 2020 have been recirculated by his political opponents who have used his previous criticism of the police to portray him as weak on issues of public safety. Mr. Mamdani, a New York State Assemblyman, is far ahead of his 3 rivals, who include Mayor Eric Adams and former police captain, who has consistently placed 4th in recent polling. This is the other shit of it. If you're ahead and you're winning, Why are you bending over backwards to kiss ass to the NYPD and to Zionists? If you're winning, if you're ahead. It makes no fucking sense. I mean, if you were losing, at the very least, I'd be like, oh, okay, he's trying to win. But you're already winning. So why are you doing this? He's doing this for the same reason that Alejandro Ocasio-Cortez changed her no vote on the Iron Dome funding to present. It really makes no fucking difference, right? It's still going to pass. And you're not voting to fund it. You're abstaining, essentially. What is the goal of that? Well, there is none, right? There's no goal for that actual vote, but it's a signal. It's a signal to donors. It's a signal to the elites, to those party leaders. They're going to play ball. They're going to play ball, and that you'll bend the fucking knee. That's what it is. Let's see here. I must have missed something from Foxy Taco. You're basically admitting that it's impossible to stand on principles in politics of the settler colonial nation. Yes, and that's the problem. We're pointing out the problem because we've had enough. Who the fuck is Taco? Oh, here we go. Good fella Taco. He was idealistic, the political climate change. That's mainstream politics. I like the back and forth in the chat. All right. When he was asked if he should apologize to the city's police officers, he paused noticeably before answering. He then went on to explain how his views had changed. After he was asked again if he owed officers an apology, he said yes. I mean, this is a Kamala Harris approach, you know? Mr. Mamdani's statements on Thursday came amid recent attempts to reach out to the police rank and file, an effort to address one of his biggest political vulnerabilities. His past criticism of the police has fed the skepticism and even hostility expressed by many police officers who are weary of the changes he plans to make to the department. But as Mr. Mamdani, the Democratic Socialist, began his long shot bid to become the Democratic nominee for mayor last year, he abandoned some of his most provocative views in recent months. He has sought to downplay others. Yep. Man. Where are we at? Over here? All right. During the 30-minute interview Thursday, Mr. Mamdani reiterated his plans to keep the department staff at the budgeted level of 35,000, although the number of uniformed officers stands at 33,740. According to department figures, other candidates have said they would hire thousands more officers. So he's going to fire? No, he's going to hire then about what? 260, 1,260 officers is what he's saying, but that he's willing to hire at least 1,000 more. All right. Yipper, I have to pay for you to regain your voice. I don't know what the fuck to put in the goals, y'all. Like, I mean, I'm trying to be silly. I mean, I hope it made y'all laugh when you saw that goal. I'm uncomfortable as fuck doing that, putting the goal stuff, but I don't know. I mean, it's silly. It's there. I don't think I push it too heavy. That shit made me laugh when I wrote it. I was gonna put but I forgot her name. The Little Mermaid. What the fuck's her name? Ariel. I was gonna put regain my voice like Ariel. Jesus. But that's what I'm not getting. If other candidates have said they would hire thousands more officers, in this case, Mamdani is just saying he's going to hire 1,000 more and a few hundred to spare. Mr. Mamdani has vowed to create a Department of Community Safety, which would dispatch mental health workers rather than the police to respond to 911 calls for people in crisis. He contends that it would free up more police officers to tackle violent crimes like shootings and robberies. Mr. Mamdani also said that he was racing for President Trump to dispatch the National Guard to New York City. I think this is inevitable that he will seek to deploy the National Guard in New York City, Mr. Mamdani said. I think it's incumbent upon all of us to be prepared for that as opposed to treating it as simply a possibility. Until Thursday, Mr. Mamdani had stopped short of an apology for his 2020 remarks, saying only that his past statements were out of step with his current position. His vow on Thursday to apologize drew mixed responses from police union leaders. Luis Turco, head of the lieutenant's unit, which endorsed Mr. Adams, called Mr. Mamdani's comments a good step, noting he made them on the anniversary of September 11th terrorist attack. Jeez. We all make mistakes. We all get caught up, he said. But that's when you grow up and say, I was wrong and I apologize, and we move on. The 2020 comments were demeaning and derogatory, said Lieutenant Turco, who has stated that he would not meet with Mr. Mamdani until he apologized. You gotta kiss the ring, baby boy. You gotta kiss the ring. You want to say the policies are racist or the policies are transphobic, that's one thing. But not the membership. Holy shit. Now you've made it personal. I can't do that too much. Yeah, that's fucking wild. I mean, who imposes all this? The membership. I'm pleased that he recognized that his words had a negative effect on the men and women of the NYPD. And he's recognizing that, and he wants to apologize for it. Scott Monroe, president of the Detectives Union, dude, how many fucking unions do these motherfuckers need? Was not swayed by Mr. Mamdani's comment, which he characterized as disgusting and pathetic. He can apologize all he wants because this is an election year, he said. Right now, I don't think he's capable of keeping police officers safe in New York City. One of the fucking safest jobs you can have is being a fucking pig. God damn. Yes, police are not part of the proletariat. They're not workers. They're attack dogs for the state. Name me one time that the police have been on the side of the oppressed and marginalized. Just one time that the police align with those being brutalized, marginalized, oppressed, threatened, killed by the state. Not once in U.S. history. Over the summer, 13 law enforcement unions endorsed Mr. Adams, though the Police Benevolent Association, the city's largest law enforcement union, has yet to endorse any mayoral candidate. Patrick Henry, president of the union, which supported President Trump during the 2020 campaign, said that Mr. Mamdani's words of support were important but needed to be backed up with action. We need elected leaders who not only support cops on the campaign trail, but who will work with us every single day to improve our safety, quality of life, and compensation as we protect New York City. And compensation, that is fucking crazy. He said, nah, homie, the budget's gonna increase. I want my cheddar cheese. God damn. They're not subtle with it. In the interview, Mr. Mamdani said he was worried that President Trump and his allies had already used the killing of Charlie Kirk on Wednesday as an excuse to go after critics and activists on the left. This is quite a terrifying time in our country, Mr. Mamdani said, adding that leaders should be focusing on their shared humanity and not the intensification of hostile atmosphere. Since Mr. Kirk's fatal shooting in Utah, Mr. Mamdani said he has received new threats on his own life. He said he is frightened for his staff and the people close to him, including the security officials assigned to guard him. During the interview, which took place at the Times, a secretary official stood sentry. A security official stood sentry, looking out across the newsroom. Wow, so brave. The threats won't change how I campaign, Mr. Mamdani said. It won't change how I move through the city that I love. Jeez. Fucking pathetic. My head's too hot for the headphones. Yep. What is this? Thorn in Empire. Won't change how I move as a sneaky neoliberal. Yep. So y'all wanted the Chris Hedges. For those of you that are new to the channel, go ahead and subscribe if you haven't already. I'm a little bit under the weather. It usually flows better than this, but it is what it is. We're here. Chris Hedges, for a long time, was my favorite writer, although I disagreed with him, especially with his very prude Christian views on sex, as well as he's an anti-communist. But I've read a lot of his works, and I think that his writing style is very accessible. It's very easy to read, very fluid writer. He's not trying to prove anything the way that Ben Burgess was trying to prove himself as an intellectual. But I haven't read his work in quite a minute. I saw this, I'm like, oh, I definitely want to read this on stream. Again, heavy reading day. I'm feeling all right, but I think after this we might just do the Pisco debate. I had like 3 other stories lined up, but I'm like, I'm struggling over here. Not gonna lie. Oh, but before this, all right, did y'all see this? Did y'all see this before we read Chris Hedges? Did y'all see this? From Dr. Umar. While I did not agree with Mr. Kirk's rhetoric and consider him to be an anti-black bigot, I will never rejoice at the loss of life of anyone who hasn't directly participated in the unaliving of a member of the Black African race. I am ashamed to see members of my community celebrating this situation. I will never ask you to mourn the loss of an enemy of our race, but to celebrate an unaliving is completely unacceptable. We know all too well that the greatest recipients of political assassination in this country have been our own people. Stop laughing at the misfortunes of others and get prepared. Political assassinations have returned to the United States of America, courtesy of the deep state. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, man. Fucking ridiculous. So fucking hilarious. Opioid demon in the Twitch chat being a little white nationalist. So cute. So adorable. But yeah, Umar has fallen. Dr. Umar, I repeat, Dr. Umar has fallen. A moment of white noise silence for Dr. Umar. So disappointing. So disappointing. What would y'all do if he suddenly got to school? Just tweeting this, putting this on his story on Instagram. Not you too, Dr. Umar. Yeah, the Hamon, for sure. He's acting like he's on anybody's fucking radar for the deep state. That's fucking hilarious. Yeah, I needed to go over that. That was too funny. Yeah, just the deep state is like, man, you're pushing right-wing conspiracy fucking nonsense with the deep state shit. It's just a state. It's just it's a bureaucratic state. That's all it is. The deep state is just a bureaucratic state. Get over it. Racer, I know Umar is Umar, but this hurt my soul. It's just so sad and pathetic and unnecessary, really. Nobody, and I mean no one, was waiting to see what Dr. Umar had to say about Charlie Kirk's assassination. No one was saying this. Yeah. What artist? Yipper, what artist? What artist was fired for insensitive remarks regarding Kirk? Yesterday we covered a little bit about DC. Actually, there was something I did want to pull up. Did I not throw it in the? Let me see. Oh, this shit made me laugh, bro. Hold on. Before we read this. Did y'all see this? Hold on.
Lastly, to my friend Charlie Kirk, rest now, brother. We have the watch, and I'll see you in Valhalla. Watch, and I'll see you in Valhalla.
Your brown ass is not making it to fucking Valhalla, cabrón. You might think you're white. You might see a white man in the mirror. You might think you're fucking European. We were from the Caucasus. We were Vikings type of bullshit, bro. You're not making it to Valhalla, cabrón. You're not making it to Valhalla. I should have lined this up with the other fool saying, you know, the one right behind him, that he wished it was a filthy migrant. Which is essentially what he's saying is like, I was hoping it was a foreigner. And Cash Patel's like, Valhalla. Oh, man. Emblem, Fate. We do need it. I would like to see somebody, anyone has artistic skills out there. Uncle Ruckus in like Viking gear, like very God of War type shit. Like I need to see him like Thor. Man, it is crazy. How would I? That's interesting. Yeah, Doc could do it to Twitch chat. Bro thinks he's white. I mean, yeah, some of these, that's what I'm telling you. You have to ask what caste do you belong to. Thank you, Faye. I appreciate that. That'd be just, I don't know, that would be fucking awesome. Especially because the Thor from God of War looks like an actual fucking human being. So he's got that belly going on. And I feel like Uncle Ruckus could pull it off. And maybe we have a little cameo by Cash Patel in Valhalla. No, yeah. Amafi, he really does think that they're on the same team. That they're both white. It's fucking sad and pathetic, but also fucking hilarious. Where's the other one? Oh, it's gonna be under my like stuff. Hold on. Ba, 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 ba. Oh, here we go. So there's a little bit of a follow up to yesterday, covering how DC fired this writer because she's trans and she decided to, mock and laugh at Charlie Kirk, who is a transphobe. Remember, she wrote, "Thoughts and prayers, you Nazi bitch. Hope the bullet's okay after touching Charlie Kirk." And they shared a little bit more here saying, It's surreal. I got a call from a WB executive at 10:30 p.m. She yelled at me. They did very much want a grounding apology. I told her I wasn't going to apologize for calling a Nazi, that he spent his life trying to kill everyone I love, and that I had no regrets. Yep. Literally transphobe to his last moments. Yep. Absolutely, and Walker. Where are we here? All right. Per request. I already had it queued up, but here we go. Yes, exactly. Thank you so much, Madman Maverick. Also, isn't Charlie a Christian nationalist? Talking about Valhalla is very ironic. Exactly. Like, bro, like, what are we doing here? And this is why I was saying, like it's the whole, like, idea of, like, whiteness being under one roof. Bro, like, they were pagans and they were forced to become Christians. There's a reason why all those fucking, like, hardcore fucking Norwegian metal bands were burning down fucking churches, Christian churches, because they were sick and tired of these fucking being colonized, spiritually colonized. Oh yeah, thank you, Relock. Jack Kirby would have been. Whew, imagine if Jack Kirby had a Twitter and he was around when that shit happened. Yeah. Well, what was all right. I'm drinking a little bit of water and then we'll start reading this. I thought you were referring to this art right here. This is actually pretty dope photo here. But it doesn't look like Charlie Kirk. It looks like Richard Spencer. It looks like, remember Richard Spencer? Y'all remember Richard Spencer?
Don't love me. They kind of hate me, actually.
The KKK, neo-Nazi.
Those people don't like me.
Are you like the hipster version of the neo-Nazi movement?
It's Pepe's become kind of a symbol.
We denounce violence around here. Good times, good times. Again, the Majority Report, the Vanguard, Hassan Piker, Kyle Kalinske, they would all condemn this. They would all condemn this. In fact, just this fucking idiot. Sorry, they won't read, but my voice needs a little bit of a break. Hold on. Hit the like, y'all, if you haven't already. Let's see. This dumb motherfucker, bro. Did he keep it up? Okay.
All right, guys, welcome to the show.
No, it's like an hour. Fuck this. I wanted the clip, motherfucker. Where is it? It's
videos. So this is the guy here that they initially said he did it because he started saying, shoot me, and he started confessing. Okay, I'll play you some of this clip here, but he was one of the diversions. He was in on it because he didn't have a weapon on him and he was in the crowd.
That's right to remain silent. That's right to remain silent.
So this guy knows something. This guy was in on it. Whoever did it planned it out with this guy. Because as soon as Charlie gets hit, he starts screaming that he did it and that you should shoot him. So they kept him in custody for a little bit and released him as soon as it became painfully obvious it's definitely not him. And then here's the other diversion. The FBI just announced they have now released the suspect they had in custody after interviewing him. The suspect had a pellet gun. He was identified by bystanders as the shooter, even though the shooter was on the roof.
Why
he was
am I
one of the
showing you
decoys.
this?
He was a diversion. All right, so Kyle
Kalinske is a fucking joke. He's a fucking racist. He's a fucking transphobe. All right? He uses weaponized bigotry on people, on targets that are deemed acceptable. And here we have Kyle Kalinske, bro, coming up with conspiracy theories about, oh, this was a setup. This was a setup. These are distractions. All these people are in on it. And it's like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? And he spends about an hour and 17 minutes with this conspiracy theory minded bullshit. This is why you cannot trust liberals. They're fucking morons. They're absolute fucking morons.
different diversions. 2 diversions. That doesn't happen.
It's a fucking open carry state. It's fucking Utah. I'm surprised, bro. I'm surprised that's the only gun they found in the crowd.
Unless this is highly, highly planned out. These people were effectively buying time for the person on the roof to get out of there. That's a professional operation. I mean, this stuff doesn't add up unless it's a professional operation. And you're also about to see, by the way, how the regime is using this to say, we're going to go all the way. This is our Reichstag fire moment. Quite literally, they're saying that. Wait, I'll play the clips for you later, and it is scary. They're saying, now it's over for the left. We're going to investigate all of their groups. We're going to shut down.
You're a Democratic show, motherfucker. You were never part of the left. Relax. Calm down.
All of their groups. We're going to go after anybody who says anything we don't like. It's all on the table now. And so it appears like there's not even a genuine attempt to get to the bottom of this. It appears like they're going to settle on, oh yeah, it was some crazy trans person. Forget all the evidence that indicates this was a professional operation. This was
a professional operation was what he was spewing for an hour and 17 minutes. Kyle Kalinske went live, I'm assuming, or whatever the fuck, recorded this for an hour and 17 minutes to tell his audience that this was a professional operation. It's a professional hit with distractions set up and everything. Meanwhile, some fucking 22-year-old reactionary. This is what I'm saying. Like whatever insecurities I had about being uneducated, whatever insecurities I had about, my relationship with the English language and reading skills, when I watch these white fucking rat-lip men, these rich white men, I kind of have to be proud of myself that I'm not this much of a fucking moron to go on for an hour and 17 minutes about how this was a professional hit job. Should be fucking embarrassing. He kept it up too.
Some crazy trans person, and now we need to crack down on the entire left across the country. All right, more. This one kind of went viral here. This person says, does this bush look suspicious to anyone? It lines up directly to where Charlie Kirk's tent was and where he was shot. I was very hesitant to post this until I got other opinions on the matter. I spent hours going through photos and videos until I saw this.
They were looking at bushes. They were looking at bushes. This is a professional political commentator. He makes a living off of this. And he's talking about bushes. Next thing you know, he's going to be talking about the clouds in the fucking sky. Oh, he went full fucking Aryan blonde hair like a year ago or such. I mean, the dog whistles these motherfuckers throw your way is hilarious. Dakadoon in the Twitch chat. So this guy was just a hate watcher. I mean, in the crowd, there's a lot of hate watchers in the crowd. Like if you're ever on campus, and it doesn't even have to be Charlie Kirk. It could just be like some random like evangelical preacher or you know, holding a sign about God hates gay people, this and that. And crowds would gather just to make fun of them. I never understood it. I always kept it pushing like, you know, that's what they want. If you just ignore them, they'll feel more stupid. But you know, people are bored on campus. So I'm sure there's a lot of hate watchers, but at the end of the day, I've been saying, you know, these Turning Point USA rallies or meet and greets, debate me, change my mind bullshit. They're Klan rallies. They're open aired, broad daylight Klan rallies. And no one on the so-called online white left calls it that. These are Klan rallies. That's all it is. But this dumb motherfucker, Kyle Kalinske, is over here talking about bushes, professional hit jobs. What a fucking idiot.
Left of the first picture. So here, top left of this picture. Yeah, very top left. You can see, I don't know what that is, but it does kind of look like a bush. Also does kind of look like a person, but obviously the pixels are not really clear enough. That's zoomed in a little bit. This is zoomed in a lot. Don't know, but there was only one shot. There was one shot against Charlie. It hit Charlie, and now he's gone. And so
should never take these white men serious.
The person who was running on the roof is definitely the shooter. I don't know what this is. This is just some, I would honestly think some anomaly. By the way, I should also point out, if you watch the shooting in slow motion, which I don't recommend, the bullet actually hits.
I do recommend it. That shit's fucking hilarious. That shit is fucking hilarious. Well, I do wonder what he said today, though. Not gonna lie. Is he willing to say I'm a dumbass? Is he willing to say I'm a dumbass?
All right, guys, got some big breaking news here for you. So the Charlie Kirk shooter has been found.
Does a white man have any humility?
22-year-old Tyler Robinson. And I want to go ahead and walk you through what we know at this point about this guy.
Dagadu keeping the Twitch chat alive. It's a sniper disguised as a bush. Look, Dakadu, it's cool. I mean, I think we all were like concerned, and you know, we run to conspiracy super quick. But you haven't interviewed actual politicians. Kyle Kalinske has interviewed real politicians. He has, you know, worked alongside the Democratic Party. He is somebody that is taken as a serious actor, and he's talking about fucking bushes and distractions and a professional hit job on Charlie fucking Kirk. Fuck out of here, you moron. Kyle, not you, Dakadu.
So first of all, let me just say, the way that they found him literally had nothing to do with law enforcement or the FBI knowing what they were doing, being competent, doing their jobs right. No, what happened?
Thank you, Kyle, because you reminded me of something. The way that these rat libs have been yearning for, wanting a competent FBI, has left me completely like, and I'm sick, so maybe it's that, but I'm so fucking like confused. We should be celebrating the fact that supposedly Kash Patel is leading the FBI. We should be celebrating that shit. And we should be hoping that they accomplish nothing, right? They're not going to look after white nationalists to begin with. And hopefully those fucking morons can't do anything to harass people on the left either. We should be celebrating the fact that Kash Patel, that fucking moron, is in charge of the FBI if you're part of the left. But if you're a fucking centrist rat lib that wants to see a functioning Federal Bureau of Investigation, you want to honor the legacy of fucking J. Edgar Hoover, you're going to be calling for a better FBI. And that's what I'm saying. We cannot align with these fucking liberals.
Was apparently this kid told his dad that he did the shooting. His dad, I believe, is in law enforcement himself. I guess he's a sheriff or something like that. And
these fathers, these white fathers, I can't with them. They're corrupting the youth. Yeah, he does look like Guy Fieri. Lakadoon, Twitch chat, keeping it alive. Appreciate you.
The dad contacted the FBI. And so if
snitch.
The dad didn't come forward, it's very possible, if not certain,
that you would have kept spewing nonsense conspiracy theories. You fucking idiot. Look at this bush. Look at this bush. I don't know. It's an anomaly. Look at all the distractions.
This kid would not have been found. They were asked out. They seemingly had no leads. They were releasing all this stuff to the public, these videos of the kid like walking through parking lots and whatnot, but he was wearing a hat. He was wearing sunglasses. He looked like the world's most generic white boy you've ever seen. So I gotta say, it is very, very unlikely that they would have found this guy if this guy didn't tell his dad that he did it, and then his dad called the FBI. So really, really wild stuff. Then you had at the FBI press conference, Kash Patel comes up and sort of does this victory lap over it. And at the end, he says, Charlie Kirk, I'll see you in Valhalla. So, okay, what? First of all, he's a Christian, right?
All right, good catch.
That's like Norse pagan mythology type. Like, what are we doing here? I know it's big in like right-wing white nationalist circles, but you're the fucking FBI director. Anyway, we don't need to go down that path.
Why not? Because you want a better FBI, even though the FBI is a wing of the Christian white nationalist settler colonial project. Death penalty in Utah. Let's find out. It's Mormon. Whoosh. They do have it. I don't know. I mean, he's part of the right. He's a white man, so he might not get it. Yeah, FD. He was definitely a Groyper. We went over how Nick Fuentes, the primo over here, Nick Fuentes was already walking shit back and doing those backhanded compliments of Charlie Kirk was brave enough to debate anyone except me, of course. So I think that's the reason why initially Nick Fuentes did not give any remarks. He said we should all sleep on it. And then they found out it was probably a Groyper. And that's why it's so frustrating. We went over Ben Burgess. If you have any connections to him, FD, tell him I said you go fuck yourself. He's not going to introduce me to anyone ever. But the article on Jacobin, Ben Burgess decided to take the approach that the reactionary fucking Republican Party was correct and this was somehow left-wing lone wolf. It hasn't happened in recent fucking history. In the last 10 years, probably, if I'm being generous. The left hasn't gotten busy like that, and I'm not counting Luigi. I'm not counting him. I don't see how you can. That shit was a personal thing. He wasn't upset about the working class struggle with Medicare bills and all that shit. FD, shit is wild. They're still going to find out a reason to crack down on the left. And no, I don't know Ben Burgess. Yeah, he was one of my a great white savior saint, Michael Brooks' boys. He's a neo-nativist, defends the right of European Jewish colonizers to maintain the land they stole in Palestine. Fucking weirdo. Anywho, I mean, yeah, my main issue, my main argument with a lot of, the white Wonder Bread tube is Trump was already doing this. We already had masked individuals kidnapping people on the streets. Now, what I think is actually going to happen is the same shit that happened after Trump's shooting, is because it's a right-wing reactionary white man trying to take him out. They're just going to ignore that shit. And they're probably going to have conversations among themselves. I could see Trump calling up Nick Fuentes, Primo Nick Fuentes, and being like, yo, like, tone this shit down. I could see him hitting up Bannon, or maybe even sending Stephen Miller in the sewers to go fucking communicate with the rest of the incels to calm the fuck down. I could see that probably happening. But, fortunately, I don't think they're going to be able to use this to meet their ends. And I'm only saying that based on the example of the shooting against Donald Trump. What did they do after that? They weren't even able to use it as a real campaign winner. We forgot about it. We moved on because it was a white man. It was a reactionary that took the shot. Lynn Stacks, it's fucking Wonder Bread 2 for me since day one. FD, I think, low-key, bro, I think you're right. FD saying Fuentes might need to flee the country. I think that motherfucker needs to go get a studio apartment with Bad Empanada in Argentina, and they can live their white fantasies together, man, because holy shit. Yeah. The thing is, it's going to start and what's hilarious is that Charlie Kirk was talking about gang violence. He was talking about gang violence before getting got. And what happens is, at the end of the day, one of my favorite fucking movies is Gangs of New York, because it's fun. It's fictional, whatever, but it gives a good mud and blood and guts portrayal of what politics really is in a settler colonial project. It's gang warfare. I mean, it's kind of cringy, but what's that wrestler governor's name? Jesse Ventura. Talking about cringiness. Fucking Jesse Ventura. When he did those Demo Crips. Y'all remember this? Fucking racist as a motherfucker. Do y'all know about this one? Demo Crips and Republicans. I mean, if I set up the Patreon, we're definitely reading this one. But it's gang warfare. It's fucking gang warfare. And so, especially in the right, we forget that we had so many of these sleeper cells, especially after Vietnam. But after the Gulf War too, with the Oklahoma City bombing. These fucking colonizers are bloodthirsty. They love violence. All their solutions is through violence. Thank you, FD, for the super chat. Now everybody's gonna think I'm bought and sold. I'm getting that dark money through Nebula. Gangs of New York just gave me the angle I needed to make a video about this. Oh, take your money back, motherfuckers. It's competition now. Yeah. After this, I'm actually gonna do a video on that. So it'll be funny what different angles we take on Gangs of New York. One of my favorites. I mean, I pulled up clips before, but the F and FD is funding. Daka Dune in the Twitch chat. There you go. FD said, "Here's the 20 for the couple thousand I'm about to make." FD's gonna start paying me an exposure. But yeah, I mean, it's gang warfare, whether we like to admit it or not. But we have these different factions in the right, especially in the nationalist right-wing movement. We have to remember, neo-Nazis and Klansmen used to fucking go to war. They used to fight each other. And those motherfuckers got down. And they were both white. But at the time, these were the children and the grandchildren of Klansmen that served in World War II and hated fucking Nazis, but still loved white supremacy. A couple of fucking decades go by, and suddenly the white population is in trouble. the white genocide, is happening. And now neo-Nazis have taken a lot of the fervor, the white rage. And so the Klansmen unite with the neo-Nazis. And now in cross burnings, they burn the swastika as well. And we see this transformation of these right-wing movements. And they adapt the same way they accepted Italians and the Irish. Well, they accepted Irish into whiteness, but they still have issues with Catholics, although it's not prominent. It's not as prominent. It's not a prominent issue. In earlier streams, I was calling for the Klan to bring back anti-Catholic hate. As a baptized Catholic, I can say that. Because I recognize the conflicts between the Charlie Kirks, the WASP, the evangelical Christians, and, Nick Fuentes, Primo Nick Fuentes leading the Groypers with his fucking weird ass Catholic nationalism. That's not a movie I would want to watch. Thank you, FD. Giving credit. All right, appreciate it. Fuck. I'll be honest, FD, and I appreciate everything you've done for the channel for me. But part of me does feel bad that I'm only gonna keep going up, and it's only gonna get worse. The fact that you helped put me on. Yeah, that Nebula APAC money is coming in. Hey, is Jesse part of Nebula? We don't got to get into it. We don't got to get into publicly. But Jesse is on some weird liberal Zionist bullshit I'm not happy with. But yes, and also remember Jesse Ventura in a conversation, in a fluff interview with the Vanguard, the white men over there at the Vanguard, called for the nuking of the Alaska Mosque. Fucking wild, bro. I mean, he's a... What was he? He's a Green Beret or some shit like that? What was his military rank? Sure, let's go career. U.S. Navy. He was a SEAL, right? He was a SEAL? Yeah, fuck that fool, bro. Yeah, let's read this by Chris Hedges. I said it was gonna be a heavy reading day. We're doing it. I think that NyQuil, DayQuil's kicking in. Martyrdom of Charlie Kirk. Martyrs are used by Messianic movements to sanctify violence. To show any mercy or understanding towards the enemy is to betray the martyr and the cause the martyr died defending. Again, Chris Hedges, Ben Burgess, whatever our disagreements, and there are plenty, if y'all just would have waited a little bit before trying or following the reactionary line, the chat, you wouldn't have to embarrass yourself like this. The assassination of Charlie Kirk, Jesus Christ, presages a new deadly stage in the disintegration of the fractious and highly polarized United States, while toxic rhetoric and threats are lobbed across cultural divides like hand grenades, sometimes spilling over into actual violence, including the murder of Minnesota House Representative Speaker Amaretta Melissa Portman and her husband in the 2 assassination attempts against Donald Trump. Kirk's killing is a harbinger of full-scale social desegregation. Excuse me, gotta turn on the AC. And it's off again. When you live in an old house, you gotta maneuver the... And it turned off again. Hold on. All right. It's good now. I hate this fucking framing, and I wish it would have waited, because then I could actually criticize what they're saying opposed to the framing that they took. His murder has given the movement he represents, grounded in Christian nationalism, a martyr. Martyrs are the lifeblood of violent movements. Any flinching over the use of violence, any talk of compassion or understanding, any effort to mediate or discuss is a betrayal of the martyr and the cause the martyr died defending. Martyrs sacralize violence. They are used to turn the moral order upside down. Depravity becomes morality. Atrocities become heroism. Crimes become justice. Hate becomes virtue. Greed and nepotism become civic virtues. Murder becomes good. War is the final aesthetic. This is what is coming. But I feel like this all falls flat once you just would have given them a fucking day to announce that this was a reactionary lone wolf shooter. I mean, the odds were in the favor of that. When was the last time, and I'm not counting fucking Luigi, no matter how much fucking Wonder Bread Tube embraced them as a leftist lone wolf shooter? When was the last time we had a real one? For all the fucking evil that Reagan did, it also wasn't the fucking left. Man. Yeah, it was for political reasons, but it wasn't for the ones that we advocate for. I can't get this wheel to stop fucking my shit up. All right. And of course the AC turns off. All right, let's get back to it. Nope. We have to have steely resolve, said conservative political strategist Steve Bannon on his show War Room, adding Charlie Kirk is a casualty of war. We are at war in this country. We are. And I agree. We are at war. It's been a race war. This whole idea of starting the race war is fucking stupid. What they mean is that they want to be able to outright exterminate us publicly. But the race war has been going on since they fucking won. Since the colonizers reached this fucking hemisphere and prior to that. So let's stop fucking kidding ourselves. If they won't leave us in peace, then our choice is to fight or die, wrote Elon Musk. Motherfucker, your pale, gooey ass has never fought a day in his life. Yes, you're right, Lynn Sachs. I totally forgot. The guy at Washington, D.C. Yes, that's right. You got one. Lynn Stack over here advocating for and defending Charlie Kirk in the chat. I'm just trying to get you back for that snow bunny accusations. You're right, Lynn Stack. Absolutely, you're right. Okay. So what's the score then? 1 to like 10 or some shit like that? The entire right has to band together. Enough for this infighting bullshit. Enough of this infighting bullshit. We are. That's fucking hilarious. Hold on. The entire right has to band together. Enough of this infighting bullshit. Well, shit. I mean, that's. This whole thing is right-wing infighting. We are up against demonic forces. Yes, you motherfucker. Each other. The mirror. That is the demonic force in the room is the fucking mirror. It's you. Forces from the pits of hell. It's where you fight. I mean, yeah. That's where you're birthed. Wrote commentator and author Matt Walsh. Put the personal squabbles aside. Now's not the time. This is existential. A fight for our own existence and the existence of our country. How's that working out for you, motherfucker? And Matt Walsh caught a lot of heat too because he works for Ben Shapiro. He works for Ben Shapiro. You know what that means? Zog. It means Zog, baby. Anna Kasparian, where are you? I brought up Reagan because there was an attempt assassination against Reagan. Fucking A. And the assailant was not part of the left. That's why I brought him up. I don't know what's going on in the chat, though. Republican Congressman Clay Higgins wrote that he will use congressional authority and every influence with big tech platforms to mandate immediate ban for life of every post or commenter that belittled the assassination of Charlie Kirk. That's hilarious. Mind you, they have not been able to stop like disparaging and mocking George Floyd. As soon as AI was in public use, they started making AI videos of George Floyd. But not my good old Charlie Kirk, not my good Christian boy Charlie Kirk. He further states, I'm also going after their business license and permit. Their business will be blacklisted aggressively. They should be kicked from every school, and their driver license should be revoked. I'm basically going to cancel, with extreme prejudice, these evil, sick animals who celebrate Charlie Kirk's assassination. Can I get a celebration? Can I get a celebration? Can I get a celebration in the chat? Come on. Celebration time. Come on. It's as good as it gets right now. Homie, I'm not any petty bourgeois, so I don't have any business to be blacklisted. Here, I'll start it. Where is it? Oh, it's kind of hard to find, though. Not gonna lie. Does YouTube not have the little hat? The birthday party shit? I guess not. That's hilarious. There we go. You're all getting blacklisted. Your days as petty bourgeois business owners are done. Palantir co-founder Joel Lawsdale capitalized on Kirk's death to advocate for a takedown of the Red-Green Alliance. The Red-Green Alliance, yes. Fucking hand in hand with the Green Party. I'm looking at the chat. All right. Let's keep it going. Communist and Islam. Was it Green Islamist? That's hilarious. Who he claims have united to destroy Western civilization. He proposes an app where citizens can upload pictures of crime and homelessness in exchange for property tax rebates. Ooh, I like the sound of that. Far-right comedian Sam Hyde, who has nearly 500,000 followers on X, wrote in response to Trump's announcement of Kirk's death that it is time to do your fucking job and seize power if you want to be more than a footnote in American collapse section of future history books. It's now or never. In his tweet, he tagged members of the administration and private military contractors. All I'm saying is, if I had the chance to legally box Sam Hyde, I would have taken it and made him a fucking footnote. But some motherfuckers aren't about it. I would have said, winner takes the full purse and puts it up to a donation. But, you know, some rich people don't got it like that. Some muscles are just for aesthetic purposes. Very disappointing. Very common, though. Conservative actor James Wood warned, "Dear leftists, we can have a conversation or a civil war. One more shot from your side, and you will not get this choice again." Ooh. Whoa! Oh no! Motherfucker, it's a civil war amongst your own rank and file. I love when actors try acting tough too. It's like, bro, like, you've been on set for like 2 decades. At least. I mean, it's James Wood, 5. His tweet was reposted by almost 20,000 people and received 4.9 million views and over 96,000 likes. I mean, then why include this, Chris? Why include this? It means he didn't get that much support then. These are a sample of the slew of vitriolic sentiments shared and cheered on by tens of millions of Americans. The dispossession of the working class, 30 million, who have been laid off because of deindustrialization, has engineered rage, despair, dislocation, alienation, and fostered magical thinking. It has fed conspiracy theories, a lust for vengeance, and a celebration of violence as a prerogative for social and cultural decay. Christian fascists like Kirk and Trump have astutely preyed on this despair. They stoke the embers. Kirk's killing will set it alight. I don't think so, especially, again, this is such a waste of a fucking article. I wish he would have updated this. And I wouldn't call Donald Trump a Christian fascist. I wouldn't call him a Christian fascist. I'm down to argue about that. Dissidents, artists, gays, intellectuals, the poor, the vulnerable, people of color, those who are undocumented or who do not mindlessly repeat the cant of a perverted Christian nationalism will be condemned as human will be condemned as human contaminants. There we go. Contaminants. To be excised from the body politic. They will become, as in all deceased societies, sacrificial victims in the vain attempt to achieve moral renewal and recapture the lost glory and prosperity. The cannibalization of society, a futile attempt to recreate a mythical America, will accelerate the disintegration. The intoxication of violence, the many of those who, reacting to Kirk's killing, seem giddy about the looming bloodshed, will feed on itself like a firestorm. The martyr is vital to the crusade, in this case, ridding America of those Trump calls the radical left. Martyrs are memorialized in ceremonies and acts of remembrance. Holy fucking shit. That was bad. That was bad. Give me one sec. Give me one second. Give me 1 second. My mouth is getting hella dry. Martyrs are memorialized in ceremonies and acts of remembrance to remind followers of the righteousness of the cause and the perfidy of those who are blamed for the martyr's death. This is what Trump did when he called Kirk a martyr of truth and freedom. In a video message on September 10th, awarded Kirk the Presidential Medal of Freedom and ordered flags to be flown at half-mast until Sunday. It's why Kirk's casket will be flown back to Phoenix, Arizona on Air Force 2. Kirk was a poster child for our emergent Christian fascism. He peddled the Great Replacement theory. There's one less now, which claims liberals or globalists allow immigrants of color into the country in order to replace whites, distorting immigration trends into conspiracy. He was also Islamophobic, tweeting, "Islam is the sword of the left, is using to slit the throat of America, and that it is not compatible with Western civilization." I don't smoke, Goodfellow Taco. Very aggressive today. I've been noticing that on the chat. Very aggressive today. When children's YouTuber Miss Rachel said, Jesus says to love God and to love your neighbor as yourself, Kirk retorted that Satan has quoted scripture plenty. And can you imagine Miss Rachel as the Antichrist? That'd be dope. And added, by the way, Miss Rachel, you might want to crack open the Bible of yours. In a lesser reference part of the same part of the scripture is Leviticus 18, is thou shalt lay with another man and be stoned to death. He demanded we roll back Civil Rights Act of 1964 and disparaged civil rights leaders such as Martin Luther King. He was demeaning towards black people. Quote, if I'm dealing with somebody in customer service who's moronic, black woman, is she there because of affirmative action, he said. Prowling blacks are targeting white people for fun. He blamed Black Lives Matter for destroying the fabric of our society. Kirk insisted the 2020 election was stolen from Trump. He founded professor watch list and school board watch lists to purge professors and teachers with what he called radical left agendas. He advocated televised public executions, which he insisted should be mandatory viewing for children. Motherfucker, guess what? You made your dream come true. What the fuck is this?
I didn't realize this, Jack. I just looked this up,
yeah.
Charlie. I didn't realize this, Jack. The last time that in Belarus they used capital execution here was in 2019, and it was by firearm.
Yeah, that's how you should. By the way, this is my other problem with death penalty. It takes too long, too many appeals.
Expensive.
It should be public. It should be quick. It should be televised.
It was.
Well, this can't be right, can it?
It wasn't televised. It wasn't televised. But it was streamed. It was recorded.
Execution in France was guillotine in 1977.
100% true. They used the guillotine.
Until 77?
Yeah.
That's so cool.
There's videotape of it.
Honestly, that's like what we should be doing, and I agree. It should be public
and
televised. Public square.
By the way, you could fund the government
to watch it.
You could have like brought to you by Coca-Cola, and no, I'm not kidding. By the way, I would totally tune in to see some pedo get their head chopped off. Convicted.
I mean, you were gonna force your daughter to carry, hypothetically, if she was assaulted and got pregnant, that child's a full term. So you're aiding and abetting. But okay.
By a jury.
By the way,
peers.
that's going to get.
No, I'm talking about a real thing. I'm not talking
all
about
executions in Belarus are by firearm. That's not a choice or anything.
Andrew's saying don't make kids watch it, and I think no, the absolute
I think
opposite.
At a certain age, it's an initiation.
16, if you can drive, you can watch it.
No, but hold on.
Not even 16.
If all of a sudden you look at some of these savages, like in Indiana, there was this guy that went in and killed a pregnant woman and her 3 kids.
Yeah.
And you know what? I want to watch that execution. That'll make my day better. I want to see him on a public.
Made our fucking day better. It made our fucking day better, right, chat? Was that not a good day?
Block and get him be publicly executed. And I think that would be justice. You think children should have, you should see it? What is the age? At what age should you start to see public executions?
16.
I think you could do it earlier. I think you maybe at age 12,
whenever,
like 6th grade or so.
I mean, his daughter's got a couple more years before that, so keep that in mind. See, chat? You got to speak it into existence. You got to speak it into existence. You got to believe. You got to say it out loud. I will pants Ben Burgess one day. I will pants Ben Burgess one day, you know? That's the most childish thing I could think of without getting in trouble. The idea that he championed free speech and liberty is absurd. He was an enemy of both. Kirk, and by the way, Chris Hedges is one of these like free speech absolutists, annoying ass white people. Keep that in mind. Kirk, who was a cheerleader for the cult of Trump, embodied the hypermasculinity that is at the core of fascist movements. This was perhaps his primary attraction to youth, especially white men. He claimed there was a war on men. fetishized guns, and sold Trump to his followers as a man's man. Which is funny because neither one of those individuals, and this reminds me of Hitler, were physically like something to admire, to look at. You know what I mean? So what are we doing here? I guess at least both of them were tall. There's a lot you can call Donald Trump, he wrote. No one has ever called him feminine. Trump is a giant middle finger to all the screeching hall monitors that attack young men for just existing. He's a giant FU to the feminist establishment that was never challenged before he came down the golden escalator. Yep, feminists. Known never to be challenged. Most of the media missed this. Young men did not. History has shown what comes next. It won't be pleasant. Kirk, elevated to martyrdom, gives those seeking to extinguish our democracy the license to kill, just as Kirk was killed. It lifts what few constraints still exist to protect us from state abuse and vigilante violence. Kirk's name and visage will be employed to accelerate the road to tyranny, which is as he would have wanted. I mean, yeah, that part, yes, but it's not going to happen. Because you motherfuckers did not wait to wag your finger towards the left, and that include Ben Birches and Chris Hedges here, because Chris Hedges loves to do the finger wagging bullshit too. That's why he gets along with Norm Finkelstein. But it's like, bro, like, again, and I'm cool to be wrong. I'm all right to be wrong. What happened to the hysteria after the shooting of Donald Trump, and people found out that it was a white male right-winger that did it? What happened? Under the rug, swept under the rug. It doesn't fit the narrative, you sweep it under the rug. The same shit's gonna happen here. Same shit's gonna happen here. Trump is already out in a fucking like hockey game or wherever the fuck. Where was he? YMCA. It just happened recently right now. You see, he's already dancing. He does not give a fuck. Where is it? That's a horrible angle. There's another one. Let's see. Come on. Nope. It's a better angle. There's of him right next to him. Jeez. Let me go to Twitter. Twitter will find it. Here it is. Literally 2 hours ago. You think that motherfucker cares? You think we should care? That's what I'm saying. That they would have just waited a little bit to be like, all right, who is the shooter? You're already giving the left way too much fucking credit to say that we're going to take that shot. I don't know. Tiny hands. Yeah, literally. I think we're very fortunate that as these Christian white nationalist fascists have taken power and they found their champion, it's Donald Trump, who does not give a fuck at all about their plans. You know what I mean? He does not care about the great white race and saving the Christian nation. He does not care. He doesn't give a fuck. If Vance was in there, if Stephen Miller, if one of these fucking true believers was there, it'd be a real fucking problem. He does not give a shit, bro. Love to see it. Love to see it. Where are we at? Yeah, let's do another hour. Fuck it. I can't do much reading, so we're gonna do the Pisco debate. We're gonna do the Pisco debate. That's what we're gonna do. Appreciate y'all being here. Where are we at? Oh shit, what the fuck is this? Where are we? Do me a favor, chat. Go ahead and hit the like. We got 133 viewers. Appreciate y'all being here. Got 90 likes. Some people are holding back. Likes help the channel. Doesn't cost you a thing. Get active in the chat. Get to know the community. Let us know if you are white, though, so we could ban you. No, yeah, let's go over the Pisco debate. Fuck it. We're going to have a good time. Thank y'all for putting up with my voice today. But I wanted to go over this debate here. Boy's a little sad. Should we go over the whole thing? It's a 3-hour debate. Let's see how far we get into it. But before we start it, give me 1 second and we'll go on a quick bathroom break. FD was here recently, so we'll put on the, in case anybody missed it, we'll throw that in there. The Zionist entity. That highlights that things aren't the way they were. And a lot of these new movements, whether they're nationalists or anti-colonial, what have you, are going to have to play the new game and compromise with a lot of figures that we
so I want to be clear. Yeah, I'm okay with that part.
Right.
Like I've been called a tanky from some of my white audiences, that's whatever. right. That's kind of my point. Yeah, that's my point with when I mess up. Like when I mess up, it's because I'm an influencer. Mm-hmm. You feel me?
Yeah.
But like the thing that does scare me is that like, so what you're mentioning is like something I think all of us should be thinking about as we support an anti-colonial, like massively influential, possibly transformative movement. So I'm all the way with you there. But when I start seeing AI generated media for a military, for someone like that everybody should pause and evaluate and at least figure out where that's coming from. And that would have been dope for me to do on the low with my peers, in network. But when I made it content, even if it was just me posting an article, that was a bad move. And I got emails and texts about it, like, brother, what are you doing? I'm like, my bad, y'all. I forgot I wasn't on Facebook. And basically I did thoughts.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But it's 1 million subscribers and so many of them are at best baby leftists.
Right. And then,
if not falling elsewhere. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, let's not apologize for interrupting each other. We're going to keep doing this. Appreciate the super chat, Taylor Lane. If I would have seen that, thank you. I came in late, but I was excited to see your stream of this versus others. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. And you know what? Thank you for the super chat there. Let's do this. I forgot it's Friday. And I think we haven't really read. We've been playing around a lot in the mud. So let's do a little reading before we go over the Pisco debate. I know my voice is not the best, and I appreciate y'all for being so considerate and understanding. Let's see if I could fit this all here. Yeah, let me just edit this. Oh, it's locked in. No, we should be good. Now, why do I want to read this? Why am I so invested in this? Well, I'm frustrated with how liberals immediately turn to gun control. Immediately to gun control. Some person, I'm not even BSing you, When I say you're the only streamer I can watch, even other creators I like, I can only do clips. I can't stay interested in the streams. Okay, so I appreciate that. I'm kind of a realist when it comes to compliments. Do you feel like there's too much downtime in other streams? Because I'll watch other people's streams and I feel like there's too much downtime, too much of a lull. And it's not even a react harder type of thing. It's like literally like just, I don't know what it is. Maybe I just don't shut the fuck up. I don't know. But even with like my throat hurting today and being under the weather the last few days, I was kind of like thinking back. I go, oh damn, like I've been talking a lot, because immediately after this, I ended up eating and like knocking out for like a few hours, waking up, doing some chores, and then going back to sleep because like my body's just been feeling it. And I'm like, damn, like are these motherfuckers lazy or I don't know. Lynn Stacks, because y'all got ADHD. I mean, but am I the only one? I don't know. I yap too much? I don't know what it is. But I did want to go over at least, let's say 1 or 2 pages of this, and we'll keep going for that. This guy loves to yap. I do yap. So my throat is actually hurting right now. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. But the way that liberals have ran to call for gun control and comparing this, aligning this with school mass shootings instead of just as a separate political assassination. When you've been telling us for years at this point that Donald Trump, his cabinet, his team, those supporting him, his propagandists are fascists and will end democracy. For your immediate response to be gun control, gun control, gun control, when we know that it's going to affect Black and brown people, when we're seeing that people are being kidnapped off of the streets, right? We've seen how Black communities have gathered and used community policing, if we want to phrase it that way, against the threat of neo-Nazis. I'm not gonna beat my chest and say anything what the brown community should be doing right now. I think we're playing it smart. And California's got some weird gun laws. We should be part of the Wild Wild West, but the Black Panthers scared the shit out of Reagan, so we lost that. And so I look at these radlibs who are suddenly no longer cheering these hits like they were with Luigi, because now they might be at risk. We went through this yesterday. And it's so frustrating because it's like, bro, like this is going to target Black and brown people. And if you're telling us that there's fascism is here, why would you want us to disarm? Why would you want us to disarm during Trump's presidency? Make those two things make sense. Align them for me, please. Make it make sense how fascism is here and it's targeting Black and brown people, marginalized people, and how we should give up our guns. Make those two things make sense. Well, it only makes sense if it's catering to whiteness. It only makes sense if it's catering to whiteness and how they want to feel protected and safe. Because suddenly, now it's not some big CEO. Now it's somebody running their fucking mouth. Yes, on behalf of the Republican Party, yes, we found out that it was most likely going to be a reactionary. But what happens when somebody gets frustrated that you keep excusing and normalizing genocide of Palestinians and telling us to vote for the Democratic Party? I'm just saying. What happens then? What happens when you continue to fucking shove Bernie, the lifelong Zionist Sanders, down our fucking throats? And we say enough is enough. What happens when the left starts checking itself and its opportunists and its misleadership class the same way that the right has been doing for quite some time now? And I think that's fundamentally why they're pushing for stricter gun control. To protect themselves. They don't give a fuck about the Black and brown communities. They don't care about us getting kidnapped. They don't care about us getting harassed by the pigs. They care about their safety and whether or not they're comfortable. Yes, exactly. A young-based world. There have been terror threats at HBCUs. Even when it's not us, the non-white. When it's not black people, when it's not brown people, when it's not a brown terrorist, even when it's not that, when we can't play up to their fucking Hollywood fantasies, we're still targeted. And white rat libs like Emma Vigeland, like Sam Cedar, Hassan Piker, they're all telling you to give up your weapons, to give up your arms. Now, don't get me wrong. I agree with Diallo. We were talking about him yesterday. Diallo has a great rant about how, hey, whatever form of revolution will come by the people won't be at the barrel of conventional warfare of guns. And I agree with that. It'll be more nuanced than that. However, in terms of self-defense and communities today, I think they're necessary. And I see you disagreeing with me. Jeez, what the fuck did I do here? There we go. Good fella Taco. So I'm gonna ban you. No, I'm kidding. If I was that guy. Good fella Taco says, nah, I think it's ideological. They view the Second Amendment and as a conservative value. I think you meant to put. I get that aspect of it. However, in the face of fascism, to still be calling for disarming, where does that ideology come from? Self-preservation. That is my angle on what you're saying. Sin Child, thank you for the super chat. My worst enemy doesn't believe in empathy and rejoices in the death of those who look like me. Libs, forgive them, for they know not what they do. Yes, exactly. Turn the other cheek. Jeez. That was so good. All right, let's read a little bit of this. I think I can only do a page or two, and then we'll jump to the Pisco debate. Thank y'all for being here. If you haven't already, and you're sick and tired of all these Wonder Bread takes, unseasoned fucking bullshit, sin chile, sin sazon, you're in the right fucking place. All these fucking white rat libs that were playing nice, that were glorifying, that were being timid about celebrating the early demise of a Christian white nationalist, you can't trust them. When shit gets hot, they're going to run. They're going to run and they're going to align with the status quo and what's safe. Some of these motherfuckers, most of them, don't even got skin in the game, quite literally. Chapter 1, does not violent stuff will get you. That. Over my head, I see freedom in the air. Slaveholders have no rights more than any other thief or pirate. They have forfeited even the right to live, and if the slave should put every one of them to the sword tomorrow, who dare pronounce the penalty disproportionate to the crime? Frederick Douglass. I mean, I had to fucking put some respect. I thought Frederick Douglass, from my schooling and my limited understanding of him, was that Frederick Douglass was cozying up to whiteness. So why the fuck would he ever say something like this? But I mean, it goes to show that I need to do my homework. So I'll respect. The jamon, my marketing skills. You know, I get awkward when I had to push the super chats and all that stuff. But when it comes to reminding y'all why I'm better than these fucking white people, that comes fucking easy. That comes too easy. Been saying that my whole life. You know what though? I don't know if y'all are struggling with this, but I am a little bit. The lettering for this PDF, I don't know why, it's so light. It's almost like gray on white instead of black on white. Yeah, that makes sense. All right. Chapter 1, Guns and violence are uniquely romanticized in the United States, and they play a leading role in our national creation myth. The American West looms especially large in our historical memory and showcases our obsession and association with guns, frontiersmen, and quick drawing pistol toting lawmen like Wyatt Earp and Wild Bill Hickok, the U.S. cavalry charging to save a wagon, train at the last minute, farmers and ranchers defending off angry, dispossessed Native Americans. In their widely popular family movies, good guys like Roy Rogers and Gene Autry rarely rode without their pistols. The Lone Ranger was never without his six-shooter. Even bad guys, Billy the Kid, Jesse James, Butch Cassidy, and the Sundance Kid, Bonnie and Clyde, Al Capone, all of them killers, have achieved a sort of anti-hero status and are part of the great American romance with guns and violence. The cowboy movie has been pretty much replaced by digital games today, especially amongst young people, and those new medium offers players the opportunity to enter into a virtual reality where they can engage in violent fantasies at a level and intensity unimagined a generation ago. Django, remember the D is silent, Django, Shaft, and a few other black action figures notwithstanding, most glamorized gunmen are white. For most Americans, the notion of black people carrying guns conjures fear rather than admiration or nostalgia. Rarely is anything romantic associated with the image of a Rarely is anything romantic associated with the image of a black gun user, despite the heroic black rebellions against slavery in the 17th, 18th, and 19th century. The historical connection between black gun use and the freedom struggle has nearly been lost entirely, a fact that undermines our understanding of both subjects. I love this intro because it's like when I was reading this initially, it was kind of going through my head of like, yeah, I kind of missed the Western wave. I'm not gonna lie, but like UPN and all those like local channels, that's all they would run. I mean, I was watching the Mexican shit, La Época del Oro and all that stuff like that, which also had gunslingers and cowboys and all that shit, but not with the American lens, the Americano view. And so I'm picturing all this. I'm like, holy shit, he's right. I didn't quite like the video game thing only because I think that's been pushed a little too heavy, that video games make people more violent. That I haven't seen enough evidence to push that. However, I do agree that it's a way for us to release violence. That I agree with. But I don't know if I'm not saying they were saying it makes us more violent, but it always brings that to mind. All right. Goodfellas Taco, you should do an audiobook. I mean, only because my voice is wrecked right now. And I don't want to drink too much water because then I got to use another bathroom break, yada, yada. But here we go. Where did I leave off? Time and again, guns have proven pivotal to the African American quest for freedom. It took not just slave rebellions, but the Civil War, uniform, and sustained armed conflict to force open the door to freedom. And it took guns in black hands to begin securing even the limited freedoms gained by the war. Over the following century, guns were still being used to help win a promised freedom that was betrayed and never completely materialized. Any discussion of guns and black self-defense, therefore, must begin with the country's origin. Race, a concept far more complex than skin color, is integral to this discussion. And slavery is at the root of any discussion of race in the United States. Slavery was fundamental to America's beginning and to life in the United States for most of the nation's history. The lens through which slavery is viewed is typically bifurcated racially and thus the memory of slavery tends to lead to different observations and conclusions about its effects. To bring into proper focus America's peculiar institution, to use a 19th century euphemism for slavery, we have to understand its place in the country's beginnings. And in many ways, the country began in the Virginia colony. Although France and Spain established colonies and slavery in the Americas, the deepest root of the United States are found in England's North American colonies, and them, Virginia, had the greatest political impact on the founding of the country. Its leaders, especially George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, and James Monroe, arguably had the most influence on shaping the design of the emerging United States. This is great. I do love the distinction with France and Spain. Especially, I'm more comfortable or more knowledgeable when it comes to Spain. Again, the conversation about the Casa system and all this. But the indigenous people there that were enslaved initially, because of sickness, malnourishment, and mistreatment, and abuse, and enslavement, they did have resistance, but it wasn't as prominent. I would say it's not as prominent as those Africans that were enslaved that didn't fall victim to the viruses and infections and diseases that the Europeans brought, because they already had that contact made, if that makes sense. Although in 1641, Although in 1641, Massachusetts became the first of England's colony to legalize slavery, Virginia, with a far greater number of enslaved Africans, led the way in regulating slavery throughout the southern colonies. Thus, colonial life in Virginia is the most useful starting point for understanding the beginnings of Black rebellion and the accompanying fear of weapons in Black hands, a fear that led America's first gun control laws that were designed to prevent the possession of weapons of Black people. Do I need to reread that? I think I do. Here we go. Hopefully it highlights this as well, but sometimes it doesn't. Oh, it's being weird with me. I don't know why. Here we go. Oh, it's not letting me highlight. That is interesting. I'm probably messing something up on my end, but yeah, it's not letting me for whatever reason. Huh. That's going to be super annoying. Let me just do this then. Why would then you not let me write? Give me 1 second. I apologize. I just don't want to forget this. Why the fuck would I want it to be white, bro? Super annoyed. It's not letting me use black. What the fuck? All right. I fucked up. Undo again. There we go. We're just gonna leave it there, and then we'll mess with this later. Jesus. Yeah, I'll read it again. A fear that led to America's first gun control laws, which were designed to prevent the possession of weapons by Black people. And this is what liberals don't fucking recognize. Yeah, I fucked this shit up because now it's like, I don't know if y'all can see it in the, you see this? I fucked up, everyone. I got the wheel, the colorful wheel of death. I think it's telling me that it's trying to protect my voice from me. That's funny. Hold on, give me 1 second. To force quit this shit. And it's gone. Reading time's over. No, I do want to keep reading that just a little bit more. I think it was, I hope y'all were enjoying that. You know, I'm a little self-conscious about my public reading skills. But it was highlighting my concerns. How are you going to tell me that we're facing fascism and at the same time that we should disarm? It just doesn't make sense to me. Unless you're concerned solely with your safety, you know what I mean? Your well-being. All right, I think that's fine. In the decades immediately following Virginia's founding in 1607, indentured servitude was far more prevalent in the fledgling colony than slavery, although slavery certainly existed. Slave law emerged gradually, but in the racially significant decision in July 9th, 1640, and their sentencing of 3 indentured servants who had run away and been recaptured in Maryland, the Virginia Council and General Court ended the fiction that black indentured servitude was anything less than slavery. One of the servants, James Gregory, was a Scotsman. Another, Victor, with no last name given, was identified in court minutes as a Dutchman. The third, John Punch, was a Negro. Gregory and Victor were sentenced to 30 lashes with a whip, and their servitude was extended by 4 years. Punch, however, was sentenced to indentured servitude for the rest of his life. Punch's race almost certainly determined the court's decision. Although this early application of racial double standard took away Punch's perspective of ever living as a free person, there is no mention of slavery in the court's decision, only the fact that John Punch was a Negro, and court minutes give no reason for the disparity in the 3 escapee sentences. In other cases before and after Punch's Virginia, courts frequently use the words Negro and non-Christian when specifically prescribing punishment for blacks, but the term slave is not used. The discriminatory language of these decisions assumes black inferiority, but the general status of blacks in colonial Virginia appears to be largely undefined by law during the first half of the 17th century. Nonetheless, it is only logical to infer that it was an emerging racist culture in the New World, more than explicit legal code that initially described black-white relations. And again, thank you so much for putting up with my voice, everyone. What I do want to add to this is a lot of reactionaries, a lot of white supremacists will look at something like this and say, see, we're not that racist. Our country is not founded on racism. They'll say dumb shit like that. And it's like super, super annoying. Oh, I see what's happening. Because it's like, well, just because it wasn't outright written this way doesn't mean that it wasn't racist as fuck. It was. It is. It continues to be. But they point at this, and it's very much like Holocaust deniers that say, oh, well, if you look at this, the Nazis actually didn't, this wasn't written down. It wasn't actually protocol. These were just bad apples. You hear the same bullshit nonstop. You hear the same bullshit a lot. And because of this, you hear the same thing in terms of like biological warfare, where, and we mentioned this before, where colonizers would give indigenous people blankets filled with like smallpox. And they're like, well, some people did that, but that wasn't actually, directed by the US military or whatever it was at that time, by Europeans. And the point here that I'm trying to get at is that it doesn't have to be. It could be the precursor. It could be an unspoken thing. Maybe for them, it wasn't even necessary to write it down because it was everybody in the room knew what was going on. Let's see. The discrimination expressed in the judgment against Punch began hardening into actual slave law in 1659, with the passage of the statute reducing import duties on slaves brought into the colony. This was the first overt reference to slavery in Virginia law. The following year, a statute was enacted lengthening the servitude of English indentured servants who ran away with enslaved blacks. By the end of the century, indentured servitude had almost disappeared, supplemented by African slavery. There were economic reasons for this, particularly a shortage of available servants from England, but an important political factor accelerating the use of slave labor in the United States and establishing the idea of race was the near success of the 1676 rebellion of Nathaniel Bacon and his followers. Bacon's rebellion was first stirred by his disagreement with the colony's policy towards Native Americans and by onerous new tobacco tax. Land-hungry freemen, small holders, joined him, though Bacon's argument reflected a quarrel within the colony's wealthy elite, and it quickly became an effort to overthrow the royalist government and replace it with one that would cater to a new class of farmers and entrepreneurs who felt little allegiance to the imperialist obligations of the colony's royalist leadership governing in England, King Charles. For England's King Charles. Bacon's expanding army of discontent also included indentured servants, black and white, seeking freedom from indenture, who had bonded together regardless of race. They succeeded in burning Jamestown to the ground and driving the colonial government from the colony. The rebellion collapsed when Bacon suddenly died of dysentery. Dirty motherfuckers. But Virginia's tiny ruling class of wealthy merchants and large landowners feared the sort of rebellion, non-racial unity that had powered the revolt. Now, I always want to add this. Bacon is a critical point. And they highlight this just briefly here. Bacon's rebellion, a lot of people, especially the populists, love to quote this, love to reference Bacon's rebellion of, see, we could look past racial lines and unite for a class struggle. Motherfucker, understand that what they're advocating for here is settler colonialism. They want more land taken from indigenous people to give to these distraught settlers, right? While yes, indentured servants that were white and black slaves were fighting for their freedom, Bacon himself and those closest to him were petty bourgeois wanting more land. That's what it was. It's so frustrating. Because it's such a shallow fucking analysis of, not even analysis, reading. Fuck analysis, reading of what happened and what occurred. But a lot of people just quote shit without actually having like studied it or read it. And I'm like, bro, like, it's okay to be fucking, to not know everything, believe it or not. It's fucking humanizing. I know a lot of people want their fucking streamers to know everything and be geniuses and all this shit like that. Not me, motherfuckers. Not me. Estoy bien pendejo cuando soy pendejo. That's it. You know what I mean? When I'm stupid, I'm fucking stupid. It is what it is. Y'all, you hear me read out loud. I'm not I ain't super smart over here. Yes, thank you, Sister Ashley Knuckles. Even Howard Zen had a blind spot on Bacon Rebellion. Yes. Yeah, I remember that. I think that's a good place to stop. My throat is killing me, y'all. I pushed it a little too much. Let's jump on that Pisco debate, and we'll do it with that. But I did really want to get to reading. I don't want to say out of the way, but I did want us to read a bit. And there was like 2 other articles I wanted to go over that we're just not going to get to because my throat is killing me. But again, don't trust these fucking white liberal leftists, so-called leftists, when they tell you that, hey, fascism is here again. It took a 4-year hiatus. You should give up your weapons now. All right. Toribio, how we doing? Let's get started here.
Between
This is... Pisco. Estás bien güero, cabrón. Mars, how we doing in the Twitch chat? Let's get to it.
Brianna's blowing up your spot. Brianna Loria says, "Uh-oh, don't ask Prime if he voted for Kamala."
I didn't vote for Kamala. And
you didn't vote for Kamala?
I didn't vote for Kamala.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
My vote was not about who is better, a slightly lesser version of evil. Are you for genocide or against it? Have you cleared that bar?
Centrist left-wing candidates are in charge of the UK. The UK is going to recognize Palestinian statehood in September. Same thing with Canada, Mark Carney. You think that this wouldn't happen with America, that we wouldn't have had a materially, significantly, that lives would have been saved?
This is why I can't stand this motherfucker sometimes. This is just a preview, but goddamn.
The candidate is not owed my vote. Can we agree on that?
I think I think the best candidate is ethically owed your vote. Yes, I do. We're not talking between 999 and 1.
Mind you, he says the best candidate. We're gonna go over all this. There's all the prelude. There's all the preview. But I do want to say, if we don't make it there, the best candidate is owed your vote. Now, what do you mean by best? Best policies? Best aligned with your ideals, with your morals, with your political ambition? What do you mean best, most likely to win?
1,000. What we're talking about is orders of magnitude difference.
What kind of human being are you?
What kind of human being are you? No. You abandoned your country. You abandoned your country. You abandoned the Constitution.
What kind of
you didn't vote. You didn't vote. What are you doing? And now the people of Gaza are dying on your name, on your name.
This is why you are morally compromised.
You're
morally compromised.
He's so fucking disgusting. The people of Gaza are dying in your name. He thinks this is a joke, by the way. Like, he's having a good time. Like, to him, this is just online shit. It's funny. It's meaningless. Pisco is... Está güero en la mente. Es un gabacho en la mente. It's meaningless to him. And he says, they're dying in your name. They're dying because of you. When I'm pretty sure it was Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and the Democratic Party who greenlit this genocide of Palestinians. But correct me if I'm wrong.
I'm the person who is trying to protect our country from Trump. Hey, folks, please like, comment, and subscribe. And make sure to check out my newsletter. Information is in the description. The notion...
There's just different types of brown people. I'm trying to get y'all to understand. Different types of brown people out here.
That we are going to be in a situation where we can just make this kind of dark money, these capitalist interests, a non-factor. It's a fanciful notion. And right now, look at the big picture. Our country is being taken over by authoritarian fascists. We have, rule of law hanging on by a thread. And in that context, for us to be playing these games with each other, basically purity testing each other to the extent which we are not going to make common cause with capitalists who are anti-fascist, capitalists who want to stop Trump and who want to, that to me is such a wild notion that we wouldn't make common cause with such people. But you tell me your response.
So, to be very clear, the people in chorus weren't making common cause, one's being paid, weren't making common cause. We were employees. It never happens. And so at some point, we actually have to work out these differences. At some point, we have to think about what kind of party we want to be. Because those billionaires, they actually already have an idea. They have a clear idea as to what they want to be, right? They want to be Republican. And so I reject this idea of in the face of this emergency. I think that this emergency was caused by that wing of the party, right? The corporate wing of the party. They caused it. They brought us here, and they are the first ones to acquiesce, as liberals always have. Liberals have always acquiesced to fascism all throughout history. They are the handmaidens of fascism, right? They'll make excuses for fascism the entire time. They'll push policies that actually don't address issues of the people, which brings up resentment in the government, right? And then people make an alternative, right? An alternative choice for Germany. or alternative for Spain or for the United States. They'll decide, hey, this isn't working anymore. Because I look at the parties in power, and none of them actually address my concerns. I think that the left actually has the answer, right?
Well,
I'm actually,
I just think that you.
Sorry. So I jumped ahead a little bit because they were initially arguing over the dark money group that was paying liberals to push the Democratic Party line. It's debatable over what that meant, but nonetheless, it was dark money being funneled into so-called independent creators that were no longer independent once they took that money. So that's why I jumped ahead. I'm not trying to dodge anything or skip anything. Toribio, that cut, beard, and glasses, sure way to detect a liberal here in Latin America. He's Peruvian. Yeah, I got the glasses too. I can't grow a beard. I got long hair. Maybe I'm getting a little too close. Maybe I'm getting a little too close to becoming a liberal.
You're not acknowledging some tangible wins that the American left has had in the past 30 years. And also I think that I don't necessarily agree with your history there, especially when the Communist Party legit had a doctrine here to push against as hard as possible, the Comintern did, liberal policies as liberal fascists. And that's why there was, at least in the German context, collaboration, at least in the early days, between communists and Nazis against the SPD. But anyway, just putting that in the history aside.
Well, they like presented themselves as National Socialists. And so,
no, but in general, I mean, like they were
I love this.
as opposed to the Social Democrats, if not more so than the Nazis. I understand that they also fought against each other, and the communists were the first people targeted by under the new Nazi government. I'm not denying that, but I'm saying that I don't think it's so clear that the liberals were the first to.
It's so fucking cute when liberals try to be like, nuh-uh, it's not. we didn't side with the fascists, you did. All right, buddy, whatever makes you feel better. And then they're forced to admit, sure, they target you first. Yes, motherfucker, because they viewed us as the biggest fucking threat. Now you're contradicting yourself. But again, like, I don't find it useful to argue with liberals about this. If you want to have a nuanced conversation about, like, well, initially, they weren't certain about whether they were legitimate or not, or this and that, cool. Yeah, we can have that conversation. At the end of the day, we know who consistently chooses to align with fascists to protect, their private property, to protect their status, and who are too cowardly to confront fascism and align with the left. Because they're too self-centered, they're too selfish, they're too greedy, they're too self-absorbed to actually combat fascism.
I'll say this. I am making an oversimplification of history, obviously, right? I'm not like I haven't given you a whole full spectrum of what history looks like, but I still stand by the statement that liberals.
I'll just say in the Spanish Civil War context, there was America was selling arms to Franco, so there has been collaborations between liberal governments and fascist governments. It's happened.
There has been some. I'm misspelling it. I'm sick. Who's gonna help me? I misspelled it hella hard. Oh no, I'm embarrassing myself publicly. I can't spell it. Oh, it was right there. I could not spell it to save my fucking life. I kept spelling it with an H because I'm a bean. I mean, you could go through this whole thing. I could pull it up. Funny enough, ran into this food not too long ago.
the past, but there's also been collaboration between communist governments and fascist governments. That was true between Russia and Soviet Union and Nazi Germany. That was true arguably between USSR and Japan. And so I just think it's a little bit simplistic here. But I'm not saying that you were making a totalizing historical argument. But at least in this context, I think that the left has seen some tangible wins in the Democratic Party. I mean, just look at where Joe Biden was moved domestically by Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren. Those were tangible moves that, Biden, you can say whatever you want, was the most domestically left-wing president that we have seen in our lifetime.
So a lot of liberals will push this line, right? Domestically, he's great. He's the new FDR, whatever. And they'll never acknowledge the fact that he stopped what would have been the most impactful strike in modern U.S. history, the railroad worker strike. He stopped it, and it would have been the most impactful labor strike in modern U.S. history. And he made sure that did not happen. They won't own that. They won't own that fact. They're like, look at the crumbs, look at the crumbs, look at the crumbs. They won't own the fact that Sean Fain, the UAW, one of the requests for endorsement was for a ceasefire. Biden refused, Sean Fain still endorsed. They won't acknowledge those things.
Easy, bar none, no question about it. No question about it.
And like drawn kicking and screaming to those positions. Absolutely. Yeah, I agree that the best part of the Biden presidency are the ones birthed by Sanders and Warren. 100%, right? The not the FTC. Well, the FTC, yes. FTC, yes. But also
Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, the National Labor Relations Bureau. Yeah, there's a ton of great stuff here. But all I want to say is those are tangible wins that the left, to say nothing of, I think, the Inflation Reduction Act and some of the other the policies here where, I mean, they made it an agenda item. The left has made the environmental protection an agenda item, have made protections on abuse by banks and financial institutions an agenda item. They have made labor and protection of unions an agenda item. They have made domestic production and fair trade, an agenda item.
But this doesn't go against my argument, right? Like, so I can acknowledge that the leftists, we'll just call them leftists. We'll put Warren and Sanders in that category for simplicity's sake, right? Leftists have had an impact on the Democratic Party. They've done the best things, right? They push for the best parts of the DNC agenda. But that doesn't change what I was saying is that like the corporate wing has the party, right? Fights against the left at every point in time, undermines them at every opportunity. As we're seeing with Zohran Mamdani right now, right this second, we're seeing that where the DNC leadership doesn't want to even acknowledge that he exists, right? Or when they do, they want to insult him, right?
I think particular politicians. I think the Democratic Party congratulated him right away. At least the Twitter account, the Democratic official Twitter account.
Oh shit!
Jerry.
The Twitter account did. The Twitter account did. Oh, it's all good. It's all good. The Twitter account did. It's fine. The Twitter account. And look, I don't give a fuck. We're seeing how Mamdani is already selling out harder than the AOC. But we know for a fact that whether it was Booker, time and time again, everyone that Richie Torres, right, that should be supporting Zohran Mamdani, who's gonna be the clear winner, they don't fuck with him. When you hear these lame ass fucking excuses.
Nadler endorsed Mamdani. I want to say I endorsed Mamdani early on, or at least before the mayor election happened. And so I don't think that it's been. I've been critical. Yeah, I've been critical of Jeffries. I've been critical of Schumer and people who have not endorsed. I've been critical of people like Josh Shapiro, who's kind of had these like weird little comments at him and other people as well. So I agree with you. They should endorse Mamdani. And I've been, by the way, criticized by other members of my liberal circle for saying that and for calling it out. And so I'm not saying that you are wrong in the sense that there are many people within the Democratic Party who are uncomfortable with Mamdani, but I think that that's people say the same thing. Like, look at the left; they're just trying to undermine our candidates. All they do is talk shit. I mean, I've heard this ad nauseum: is why would we care about the left? They really want to shit on our candidate. All they do is talk shit about our candidate. They don't acknowledge the difference between the Democratic candidate and the Republican candidate. And you're case in proof, aren't you? Because you didn't vote for Harris.
Yeah.
You didn't endorse Harris, and so why should? I mean, I get to say endorse Mamdani. Why do you get to say that?
Yeah. Look, I wouldn't hesitate to vote for Mamdani. I wouldn't. I'll be honest, I would not. If it was a tight race and it was between him and Cuomo, and I know the police chief, I don't know why he didn't accept Trump's cushy job. What was his name? The police chief, Eric Adams. I will vote for Mamdani. I don't want anyone to think that I'm like this dogmatist, unwilling to be compromised. No, my union work has forced me to be a realist and be like, fuck it, take the best option. However, I assume that everyone that claims to be on the left, was against genocide. That's what I thought, and that was my mistake. Because countless people, like Pisco, were like, nope, we have to keep the Democratic Party alive, and advocated for Kamala Harris to continue the genocide instead of Donald Trump.
You get to say endorse Mamdani because you're a team player. Yeah, so I get to say that I'll endorse Mamdani or anyone else, right, when they meet minimum standards. They have to meet minimum standards. There is a threshold for me, right, that a candidate must clear. And my standard, which I thought was extremely low, right, and extremely manageable, was to condemn the genocide. Was to take a hard, clear stance against the genocide. Joe Biden, disastrous president. Disastrous president because he's ripped this party apart. Because he decided.
This is a funny angle. It's a very funny angle that I would not have taken, but it works when you're talking about, talking to like a liberal. Hey, Joe Biden damaged the Democratic Party by supporting the genocide, but also waiting so long to leave the race, also endorsing Kamala Harris, who he knew did not have a chance to win. He destroyed the party. I would not have taken that approach because I'm not thinking that way. But that is a smart approach to take with Pisco or any liberal. Hey, the guy that you're glorifying as the best. I already can't talk to begin with. My throat. And now I have this fucking. What is it like? What do they call these? These gummies or whatever the fuck. Ricolas? I don't know. These are like ancient shit that's been in my drawer like for 10 years. I don't even know they work. The best president, at least domestically, doesn't make any fucking sense if he destroyed your party. I mean, we'll see who it's probably going to be Newsom. So we'll see.
Being the ultra Zionist that he was, that Israel's glory, Israel's revenge, was worth more than anything else. And so he let a genocide fester in his term, right? Only with the assumption that I guess he would figure something out in his next term, only to lose miserably, right? And also lying to the American public about his health. He was a disaster. He put us in this situation without a doubt. When Harris came in, right? I've had a whole history of Harris. I saw Harris when she was like running for Senate, right? And I was excited for her because I thought she was an interesting candidate. And from all the things I had heard while she was in the Senate was amazing, I thought, right? Like when we got clips of her, she was like doing her prosecutor thing. She had people, had been summoned to Congress, and she was like tearing them apart. I'm like, this woman has something, right? I could not have been more wrong.
Yeah.
Because then she
Literally.
ran for president, right? Very excited for her candidacy. She was a disaster. She started off strong, but all she had was like prepared lines that hit really well.
But why is he saying that when this was out? I'm having trouble today. Wait, hold on. What? This is Why's the Dome and Dr. CBS? That's dope. This was 6 years ago.
Okay, so I say with all love and warmth that part of the concern also for people who
Yeah, Taylor, that's what I'm looking at. I'm like, how? How could you have been excited for her while she was doing her prosecutor, her top cop bullshit?
who are progressive thinking and liberal minded, or just progressive thinking in terms of just fix it, is that we all have these posters in our closet that is attached to a stick that we sometimes will card out when we're talking about criminal justice policy and those statistics that you first heard when we opened it up, incarceration. And we run around with these signs, build more schools, less jails. Build more schools, less jails. And we walk around everywhere, build more schools, we protest, build more schools, less jails. Put money into education, not prisons. There's a fundamental problem with that approach, in my opinion. And it's this. I agree with that conceptually.
Conceptually.
But you have not addressed the reason I have 3 padlocks on my front door.
He was excited for that. That's kind of weird.
Well, and then she immediately backed away from any gains that she had, right? She said, hey, there was within the debate, they asked, hey, who here is for Medicare for all? She raises her hand. I raises her hand. Later on, when asked about it, she's like, oh, did they say Medicare for all? Oh, I must have misheard. No, I'm not for Medicare for all. She was in there. She did it for the immediate gain from the debate, right? From being watched by all those people. Then later on, she can make a tiny correction. Oh, that's not actually where I stand. Even her biggest line against Joe Biden with the school busing a line, right? You remember what I'm talking about, right? Like I was that little girl, right?
So with the editor, they should have put that. That's a great line. Oh, that's funny. That's why. Kamehameha.
We've also heard, and I'm going to now direct this at Vice President Biden. I do not believe you are a racist.
Boo.
And I agree with you when you commit yourself to the importance of finding common ground. But I also believe, and it's personal, and I was actually it was hurtful to hear you talk about the reputations of 2 United States senators who built their reputations and career on the segregation of race in this country. And it was not only that, but you also worked with them to oppose busing. And, you know, there was a little girl in California who was part.
Look, he's fucking half asleep. Fuck, and I seen this today with the Majority Report. Or was it yeah, it was today with the Majority Report. Was it yesterday with Emma Vigeland? Where they're trying to take, like, oh, look at Donald Trump. Oh my gosh, when was it, bro? I took it pissed me off so much. No, it had to be yesterday. Emma Vigeland uses, I mean, this is what I'm telling you, these fucking rat libs, all it is slogans for them. Donald Trump for the 9/11 Memorial Day, yeah. It's this one, but from a different angle. Hold on. This one. It's on Facebook or whatever. There's one like this. There's a better angle. But basically, he looked like he had a stroke. And the crew at the majority part was like, literally said every accusation is a confession about the Republican Party hiding Donald Trump's negative health. Emma Vigeland literally said every accusation. What is it? It's every accusation is a confession. And I'm like, you fucking sick fuckers, bro. You're using something that was used against the Zionist entity for your own little fucking blue-red game. When you yourselves covered for Biden. Look at Biden. He was already, the mental brain rot was already there. And you still advocated for him.
Part of the second class to integrate
Trump
her
looks
public
fucked up.
schools. And she was bused to school every day. And that little girl was me.
Look at his face. Huh?
Was me.
Dun, dun, dun. Okay.
Later on, she was asked, "Oh, would you have ended school busing too?" Well, yes, of course I would have. Yeah, I would have made the same choice,
Crazy.
right? The same choice that I excoriated Joe Biden on. Remember when she did that line? She immediately, like minutes after the
This
debate,
part's crazy,
had
yeah.
shirts ready.
Yep.
Like shirts branding around
marketing
this
on point.
"I was that girl" line. She did it for the audience, but then afterwards she immediately retreated because she actually stands for nothing.
Never has.
And anyway, she was the first one to drop out. She goes into the vice presidency.
She dropped out before California because she was nervous. She knew that if she lost California real bad, whatever weight she might carry as a black woman from California as a vice president would be lost.
Does nothing, right? Less than nothing, because actually Biden gives her all the shit assignments, right? She has to go to South America and tell Latin Americans don't come, right? I'm sure you remember that moment as well. And then Biden goes back on his clear message, his clear pre-election message that he was going to be a one-term president, right? He goes back, he lies about that. And tries to run again. It's a complete disaster. It's Kamala Harris's turn after she fumbles the ball. It also noted she only had 107 fucking days.
Wow. We've been over that. No, you don't get to cry about only having 107 days when you were vice president, when you had just ran for the presidency. You don't get to cry about that.
To do it, but I was excited about her. I'm like, okay, she had like 4 years. She had 4 years. I'm sure she must have been thinking hard about why she did so bad. I'm sure she must have done something. I'm really excited. I wasn't going to vote for Biden because he's a pro-genocide war criminal, deserves to be in jail. But for Harris,
I wonder if Bisco disagrees with that. Bisco, do you disagree with Joe Biden should be in jail for his crimes against humanity, his crimes, against the Palestinian people? In support of the Zionist genocide. I do wonder. I mean, that's a pretty clear thing, no?
I thought, well, I heard some positive noises in this direction. I'm willing to give her a chance. And then she made it extremely clear that the anti-genocide crowd was not welcome in her coalition. Extremely. I can give you advantages, but I've been talking a lot already.
Yeah, remember the I'm speaking shit?
He said because the president wanted...
Nope, not that one. You're trying to hide it or what? Here we go.
And please do check out Project 2025. Because I'm telling you, it is a plan. It is a plan to weaken America's middle class. Project 2025, if he is elected.
here because we believe in democracy. Everyone's voice matters, but I am speaking now. I am speaking now. So Project 2025. Look, if he is elected, Donald Trump intends to give tax breaks to billionaires and big corporations. He intends to cut Social Security and Medicare. He intends to surrender our fight against the
There's
climate
a long
crisis,
extended clip.
and he intends to end the Affordable Care Act. You know what? If you want Donald Trump to win, then say that, otherwise I'm speaking.
Because she was not going to stop the genocide.
Sorry,
well, I want to say a couple things. So first off, is like, I don't know why this is useful for you to go through the whole chronology here. Some of these are mistakes that I acknowledge, specifically Biden running again. I think that was a big mistake.
It's so funny that Piss was like, I don't really see the point of highlighting all the Democratic Party's failures. Okay. All right, sure, bro.
So, you know, there's some things that you say that perhaps I agree with, but some I certainly don't. I think that Biden has been the best president of our lifetime. I don't think you can point to a presidency that was better in terms of domestic policy, for sure.
He's destroyed the Democratic Party. He's like laid it to waste now.
Oh. The best president of our lifetime normalized a genocide. That's some American ass shit right there.
Listen, I agree that his decision not to run again was disastrous, but I'm just saying in terms of domestic policy, in terms of domestic accomplishments.
I'm talking about in terms of the genocide.
Just ignore the whole genocide, and he's great. He's the greatest. Just ignore the genocide. It's just genocide. What's the big deal?
That's all right. I'm talking about in terms of the genocide that's happening right now.
I think it's cold comfort right now to the Palestinians right now. Do you think that they'd be better off with Kamala Harris in charge? No doubt they would.
It's cold comfort. It's cold comfort. The whole point is that both is a bipartisan genocide. That's the whole fucking point. That both Democrats and Republicans were going to push this genocide forward and protect the Zionist entity from any repercussions at all. That's the whole fucking point.
It's not about. It's not about. So my vote was not about who is better, a slightly lesser version of evil. It's, hey, are you for genocide or against it? Have you cleared that bar? I will not vote for a person who is pro-genocide.
Centrist left-wing candidates are in charge of the UK. The UK is going to recognize Palestinian statehood in September. Centrist Democrat in charge of France.
Yeah.
Let me keep going. Okay. They're going to recognize Palestine as a state in September. Centrist Democrat in charge of Australia. They're going to recognize Palestine as well. Same thing with Canada, Mark Carney. You think that this wouldn't happen with America, that we wouldn't have had a materially, significantly, that lives would have been saved?
You see how it goes from all these other governments are going to recognize Palestinian statehood, allegedly, hasn't occurred yet, to, oh, don't you think Kamala Harris would have saved some Palestinian lives? Wait, are you making the comparison that Kamala Harris would have recognized Palestinian as a state? Or did you just bring up that other shit for no reason? Why would you bring up that about recognizing it as a state, all these other countries, and then switch up to not Kamala Harris recognizing it as a state, but saving lives? You get what I'm saying? Like, what was the point there?
Your example of like centrist leadership is that a bunch of leaders, right, won't give any material support. Instead, they'll make a resolution that'll make Palestine recognize Palestine as a state. Whether it actually will or will be, and it's a different matter or not, but they'll recognize it as a state.
That's been one of the major goals of the pro-Palestinian movement.
Yes, but right now that doesn't stop the genocide. The first things that they will the first roadblocks that they will clear will always be the rhetorical ones. Right? The ones
what I'm suggesting to you is if you have someone who's more aligned, like if you had Keir Starmer in America, our position on Gaza would be fundamentally different than Trump who's deporting people because of.
Hold on. But that's under the assumption that Kamala Harris would somehow be better. And I said this before. What makes you think that Joe Biden would have endorsed Kamala Harris, the rabid Zionist that he is, Catholic Zionist out here representing? What makes you think that he would have endorsed Kamala Harris if he wasn't sure that she was going to carry, protecting, and defending the Zionist entities from any repercussion as they carry out a genocide against Palestinians, the indigenous people? What evidence do you have to show for that? Because out of her own mouth, Kamala Harris said nothing would change. Her team made sure that people knew that as well. So what leads you to believe that she would be better than Biden? What would that be?
Would there still be no harm? I understand how you don't have to explain to me that Trump is a menace. I talk about how Trump is a menace all the goddamn time, right? I'm saying that I have standards. My standards weren't clear, right? It is not my fault that the candidate didn't clear those standards. The candidate is not owed my vote. Can we agree on that?
I don't know what you mean by that. I think I think the best candidate is ethically owed your vote. Yes, I do.
I've absolutely okay. Then that's a fundamental disagreement. Okay, that's important.
This motherfucker's held hostage by the illusion of democracy. This literally means that at some point he would vote for Donald Trump. This literally means that at some point Pisco would vote for Donald Trump. If you give him a scary enough boogeyman, he will vote for Donald Trump. That's what it means.
That's a fundamental disagreement. No candidate is owed.
What do you mean by owed?
Right? They have to earn that.
What do you mean by owed?
Well, I mean,
and then fuck, my voice is killing me. But I hate this whole. What do you mean by this word? Like, if you ever just debate, there's the most boring aspect. Well, we disagree on the definition. We have to make sure that owed. Are we using the Latin root word of owed? Like, why are you pretending to be? Stop, bro. Be normal. Be fucking normal. That's what I tell these people. You wouldn't talk to somebody like this in a fucking break room. Mind you, Pisco grew up wealthy. His parents, both of them were lawyers, I believe, or only his mom, not his dad, some shit like that, but comes from a family of lawyers. He's a lawyer himself. Wealthy ass, comfortable at the very least. So I'm sure he doesn't know how to talk to somebody in a break room. But if you're having a conversation, you're like, what do you mean by owed? You know what we mean by owed. You know exactly what we mean by owed. That you're indebted, that your vote is indebted to them for simply being to the left of the Republican Party. It's not fucking complicated.
I mean,
right, Taylor Lane, he said owed, right? Exactly. Well, what do you mean by the word that I used? All right, guys.
Opposite of this, right? The opposite of earning a vote. I mean that.
I don't understand what you mean by owed.
I will explain it to you. That's fine.
I know. Because people will often say this. I'll have this conversation with Ryan Mullally where he's like, Kamala Harris is probably the better person, but she didn't earn my vote, or I'm not owed the vote. And like I just don't understand those terms. Like, if what we mean by owed is like some kind of legal obligation. No.
Okay, what a douchebag. You mean the legal? Because I'm a lawyer. I'm like, bro, chill the fuck out. You know exactly, and then they pretend so that they could force you to define the word, so they can be like, well, you're wrong, see, because owed is understood by everybody. You had to earn this shit, right? It's the entitlement, the privilege of believing that you're owed this, Hillary Clinton. I'm with her, right? Whereas, no. Your politics and your, political agenda has to align with mine or appeal to me. You have to earn my vote. My vote is not owed to you for the simple fact that you are running as a Democrat. You have to align with my political beliefs.
Explain it. Okay, great. Thank you. I love you.
You said I was going to parse out every word. I do that.
I know. I got to go.
Jerome Strong, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it. Thank you for writing out this song. We're 4 hours in. And we're dealing with this insufferable fucking vendido over here.
I'm prepared, right? So anyway, as opposed to a candidate who earns your vote, who has a policy agenda that is based on like a viable coalition for their party, right? And who intends to follow through, at least convinces you that they'll follow through. I guess that's before the election. But who makes a convincing case that they will go through with a viable policy agenda. So that's a person who earns it, right? That's what campaigning should be, as opposed to saying that this.
Why the fuck are you explaining politics to a fucking lawyer? Because that's what you're doing right now. You're explaining politics. What do you do when you door knock? You're trying to earn somebody's vote. That is all politics is earning people's vote. Earning their vote of confidence, all this shit, right? That's all it is. So why is he saying, what do you mean by owed? Explain it to me. It's so condescending because one, he's full of shit. He knows exactly what it means. But he's forcing you to explain it in hopes that your explanation he could tear apart. That there's a hole in your explanation that he could rip apart. That is his goal. It's not to actually have a conversation. His goal is that you slip up and he could attack that instead of having a real conversation. Because we all understand what "you're not owed my vote" means. Earn it, motherfucker. You're not owed, X. You got to earn it. I mean, how rich were you as a kid that you weren't fucking educated on this? Hey, you're going to throw a tantrum? Un pinche berrinche? No. You don't get it. You're not owed this. I said, you're not going to get that toy. You're not going to get it. It's not owed to you. When you get older, you can start doing chores and shit like that where you could earn, these things. But they're not owed to you. How much of a spoiled pinche berrinchudo were you, Pisco, that you don't understand that everything was owed to you in life? To be honest, I wouldn't be surprised.
Individual, because there is some sort of greater threat, right? Because there is some sort of violence that will be put upon you. Otherwise, you need their vote. In fact, you should be guilt shamed for not voting for this individual because something bad has happened. Now it's your fault rather than saying it's the candidate's fault. The candidate didn't actually didn't do their job, didn't understand where the coalition was, the viable coalition, and didn't appeal to that. And so they lost. Kamala Harris did a bad job. Kamala Harris lost all the swing states. Kamala Harris lost the popular vote, right? Slash Joe Biden lost the popular vote. And it's because of their policies of that, right? It's not incumbent upon the voters, right, to give them their votes in the hopes that I guess maybe they didn't mean it, right? If she's saying that, well, yes, she is going to continue the genocide, then it's not incumbent upon me to hope and pray for something better. No, you have to make that.
That's the Emma Vigeland approach. You got to read the tea leaves. Hard
stance against it, right? And if you can't, in fact, I wasn't sorry to be clear. Like my rhetoric during the election was actually even much more forgiving than this, right? I'm like, okay, well, I can't expect her to be like a full pro Palestine like I am, right? That wasn't my expectation, to be very clear, right? It was simply to say, hey, maybe we won't pay for weapons, right? No more weapon shipments, right? Even no more quote unquote offensive weapon shipments. Would have been a massive upgrade from what Biden put forward.
That's what a lot of these fucking liberal Democratic cultists don't understand. The bar was in hell. I want you to understand the bar for a lot of people, not me, but a lot of people was in hell. If they simply would have platformed Palestinians at the DNC, if they simply would have had open dialogue with these Palestinian, let's be honest, fucking sellouts, vendidos, compradors, that just wanted representation, that would have shifted a lot of people's votes and minds. At the very least, you're hearing us and you're having a conversation with us. And that would have given that false sense of hope that they were craving and yearning for. I had grown past that when I look at the protesters, the Palestinian protesters at the DNC protesting outside of the DNC just to speak, I saw those as fucking as sellouts, as compradors. See, it's like a especially this guy, right? Begging your executioners for the right to speak on their stage after they get to choose your spokesperson and they get to approve your script, your speech. You're a fucking comprador. You're a fucking sellout. Eres un pinche vendido. Even that was too much. They weren't even willing to accept your fucking sellouts.
Nothing from her.
Yeah.
And again, she made it very clear that we weren't welcoming her coalition.
I'm sorry to do this. It's going to be real.
Here we go.
I'm really sorry to do this. I just don't understand what you meant by owed. I still don't understand what you mean by owe. Like you say, you're
there's not a lot of brown faces in this space, in these spaces. And I don't want to be the one to be like questioning people's brownness. I'm not going to do that. What I am going to say is that you might be brown, fool, but eres un pinche vendido. Te haces el pendejo. Just to be aligned with these genocidal monsters. Taylor Lane hate him. I tried watching this, but I tried giving him a chance. I tried to, look, I watched Hutch's stuff. I used to tell you, I used to watch Destiny's stuff. We don't have to agree for me to watch your stuff, to watch your content. But if you're this unbearably bad faith and not even entertaining when you're doing it, I gotta say, fuck that fool. So I want to show you at least a little bit of this, a little bit more, so you can see why I'm not, not really showing his stuff around here.
You're trying to distinguish between who's preferable to vote for versus do they owe their vote.
He's Peruvian, so all the Peruvians in the chat, that's your boy.
And I'm just like, so
sorry, what do you mean by owed?
Yeah,
you
so
said,
I understand. So when I said you do owe her your vote, when I say owe, it's like you have an ethical obligation to vote for her. Well, now you might mean something different when you
have an ethical obligation to vote for genocide. You have an ethical obligation to normalize genocide. You have an ethical obligation to downplay genocide.
When you say owe, maybe you mean a legal obligation, maybe you mean something else, but like I understand.
Yeah, bro. Yes, Pisco. He literally means we're legally obligated to vote for the Democratic Party. That's exactly what he was referring to. Oh, thank God you asked for a fucking clarification. We all signed a fucking contract. I live in California, so I signed a contract as a resident of California. I will vote for the Democratic Party. They're legally owed my vote. No seas pendejo, güey. Like, come on. What are you doing here?
Owing in this context to be like, I have an ethical obligation that I ought to vote for Kamala Harris. But I don't understand.
On the side note, let's be honest. Nobody likes Mexicans. Todo Latinoamérica, nadie le gusta a los mexicanos because we're right there next to fucking Uncle Sam. So cuando cruzan, you got to put up with the worst that Mexico's got to show. So I've always been sympathetic for the anti-Mexican Central American sentiment. I get it. You're not going to hear me defend it. I recognize it. I acknowledge it. A lot of fucking blowhard Mexicanos want to say, oh, because somos los mejores, los más chingones, this and that. No. It's because, everybody south of the Mexican border's got to go through our bullshit first. That's why. Because they got to face discrimination by Mexicans, first and foremost, before they even face discrimination by los gringos over here. So, I get it. I understand it. Ya saben.
As something different than that. What do you mean by owe?
We can use that. We can use that definition.
Okay.
I don't think we have.
So he's asking for like the third, fourth time again. What does owed mean?
different when you say owe. Maybe you mean a legal obligation. Maybe you mean something else. But like I understand owing in this context to be like I have an ethical obligation that I ought vote for Kamala Harris. But
everybody jump Beezer in the chat. Come on, Beezer. You know I don't do that Mexican nationalist shit.
I don't understand as something different than that. What do you mean by
we can use that. We can use that definition.
Okay.
I don't think we have an ethical obligation to vote for any particular candidate. That candidate should make their case to the people and get them to.
You don't think that
sign up?
Well, you don't think that you would ever have an ethical obligation to vote for a candidate?
No. Why would no. You don't have an ethical obligation.
Well, maybe if the outcomes like
I think you should.
So if the vote were between like Bernie Sanders and fucking Mussolini, you wouldn't have an ethical obligation to vote for Bernie Sanders?
I think you have a I think as
it's hilarious that like he finds a distinction between Mussolini and Bernie Sanders. They're so vastly different. Bernie Sanders would guarantee the Zionist entity would continue to ethnically cleanse and quietly genocide the Palestinian population. Because just like Mussolini's a fascist, Bernie Sanders, now we know for a fucking fact that he's a Zionist supremacist.
Part of your civic duty, you should.
Well, what do you mean by should? I understand should to be an ethical obligation. I don't understand.
What do you mean by owed? Should? What are these words? What is English? What are we doing here? This is why I can't stand fucking debate. I stopped doing debate early on in high school because I'm like, bro, like you guys are so fucking annoying. Like we can't have a fucking conversation. This can't move forward because you're so invested in trying to trip somebody up. And again, if you go watch speech and debate, if you go watch actual debates, you realize that this portion of it, which is so glorified online, right? The combing through the definitions of every other fucking word is the most boring aspect of it. Because you're dodging the actual debate. You're dodging the actual debate and you're trying to find just any desperate moment, inconsistency to focus on linguistically, not even on the fucking subject itself. And again, I'm not even that intelligent. I could never pass the fucking bar, right? But you have to understand what these fucking people are doing. I saw it in the most rudimentary, childish level. And I looked at that and I'm like, what a waste of fucking time. I'd rather go high. I'd rather go get high. Literally. That was my mindset at that age. And now, you know, that's why Pisco is fucking living it up and I'm over here fucking blue collar worker struggling. Hey, the results speaks for themselves, I guess.
Understand should as something other than like
okay.
Right? Isn't
Right.
should like
So-
isn't saying that so you should do something saying you have an ethical obligation to do it?
No, I'm sorry, but hold on. Let's synchronize our terms here, because when I hear ethical obligation, I think you must, right? You like this is as close to a mandate as you get, right? Without actually having the power of the law.
You
behind
ought do it.
Ethical.
Yeah, you should.
Yeah.
Do you understand? Like, so it's.
So I sorry, go ahead.
So when I say something should happen, or it's an ethical obligation for someone to do something, I mean that they ought do it, that it ought be done. That's what I mean. Understand? So when I say, you know, you owe her your vote, what I mean to say is you have an ethical obligation to vote for her, meaning you ought vote for her, implying that she ought win. And I think if you grant that she ought win and that you ought vote for her, then
you're not
you
saying
owe her your vote.
Must. Okay, but I'm making a distinction between must and should. So you're not saying you must vote for her. You're saying you should vote for her.
I'm saying if by must,
You
I
see?
think that if you don't,
you fucking see, they both laugh because they both realize what a fucking farce this is. He broke kayfabe right now. He broke kayfabe. That chuckle was breaking kayfabe, and then the other gentleman here, I'm not familiar with his name. My apologies. Just laugh because he goes, bro, what the fuck are you doing? There's another 3 hours of this. There's another 3 fucking hours of this. Usually I would put myself through this and pick out highlights or whatever. I couldn't make it past this fucking portion because how full of shit Bisco was throughout this. He breaks kayfabe. Fucking wild.
No, I'm sorry, but let's synchronize our terms here, because when I hear ethical obligation, I think you must, right? You like this is as close to a mandate as you get, right? Without actually having the power of the law.
You ought do it.
Ethical.
Yeah, you should.
Yeah.
Do you understand? Like, so it's.
So I sorry, go ahead.
So when I say something should happen, or it's an ethical obligation for someone to do something, I mean that they ought do it, that it ought be done. That's what I mean. Understand? So when I say, you owe her your vote, what I mean to say is you have an ethical obligation to vote for her, meaning you ought vote for her, implying that she ought win. And I think if you grant that she ought win and that you ought vote for her, then you owe her your vote.
Must, okay, but I'm making a distinction between must and should. So you're not saying you must vote for her. You're saying you should vote for her.
I'm saying, if by must,
see,
I think that if you don't,
Jesus,
you're doing something unethical. In which case, to be ethical, you must vote for her.
To be.
So if you don't vote for the genocidal Democratic Party, then you are unethical. Yeesh. Mavi, you gotta find less harmful ways of self. I mean, usually, I'm not gonna lie, usually I throw on an AirPod while I work and just start fucking raging out in my workplace.
Ethical,
unless you're like, I mean, the one exception would be like if you are a doctor and you're on emergency call that day and there's other things, but all else equal, you must vote for her.
For it to be ethical, she must clear an ethical standard. She didn't clear the ethical standard.
And the fucking ethical standard, believe this or not, even I had foolishly, naively believed that we all shared this standard, whether you were a liberal, progressive, Demsoc, whatever the fuck they're calling themselves now, and a leftist, is that we oppose genocide. I was wrong. My apologies.
Well, regardless of what she clears, I'm saying you have the ethical obligation apart from her.
So regardless of what she clears, whether or not she's ethical, you have, as a voter, the ethical obligation to vote for her. Regardless of whether or not she has ethical positions, you are ethically required to vote for her. You see how fucking deranged liberals are, and that's why we say they're a cult? Man. Holy shit, PlayStation. I'll read it. These are the types of bros who don't understand consent. They'll argue with you about consent, and they'll be like, well, I thought she gave me consent. After an hour-long conversation about consent, and yeah, the Noah Samson approach to consent.
Let's do it this way. Let's try it another way, right? Okay, got candidate, Republican candidate and Democratic candidate, right? Republican candidate says, promises they're going to publicly sexually assault 1,000 children.
Jesus Christ.
Right? The Democratic candidate, they're going to publicly sexually assault 999 children.
I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing this. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with Debate Bros, where it always goes to this. And PlayStation, it's almost like you fucking saw ahead of this. It's almost like you already fucking knew that that it had to do something with violating consent. Jesus, bro. Do we power through? Y'all come through with me powering through with this just a little bit longer. Lynn Stacks, down. What did Noah do? Look, I'll keep it brief. FD, I know that's your boy. Noah was being a playboy. Nothing wrong with that. He was being a player. All good. Beautiful thing. I'm sure he's a handsome man to some people. I get it. All right, cool. He was having sexual relationships with a particular woman. The woman told him, hey, I give consent to have unprotected sex, but please notify me if you're having unprotected sex with other people, because then I don't give consent. I don't feel comfortable with that. Noah Samson said, okay, cool. The lady finds out. Some time passes. She finds out that Noah is having unprotected sex and that he did not notify her. She confronts Noah Samson about this, breach of consent. And he says, oh, I thought you meant if I started having unprotected sex with other people, new people, those beyond the ones I was already having unprotected sex with. You get what I'm saying? So his argument is, oh, I thought you went new sexual partners that I was having unprotected sex with, not the ones that I'm currently having unprotected sex with, when you gave me consent with the condition of notifying you if I was having unprotected sex with other people. You get what I'm saying? It sounds like it's not a violation because that sounds a little tricky. No, the woman very clearly said, you have consent. I give you consent if A, Noah Samson said, oh, I don't know the fucking alphabet. Boom. It's just, you don't need to fucking do that. You don't need to fucking do that. You literally just say, oh, you know what? You don't feel safe. I'm acting out this risky behavior, but I trust the people I'm with. You don't trust them. Cool. It's fine. We continue having, guess what? Protected sex. Ooh, wow. How many fucking incels aren't fucking dying just for that? You know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah. And this is a part that's so frustrating, Lynn Stack. How do I know this? Because the woman reached out to the Zionist Kleins, Ethan Klein and Hila Klein, to share this. Noah Samson did not, he addressed this and did not deny this. Essentially confirming this. Nobody on the left acknowledges this or gives it any weight because it happened in the Zionist H3H3 podcast. I don't give a fuck who brings it out to light. Whether it's true or not is what I'm concerned about. And again, it's frustrating because nobody had anything to say about H3H3 when Hassan Piker went into business with them and refused to call out their Zionism when he knew they were Zionists. Everybody knew they were fucking Zionists. I know somebody mentioned, Bree Breezy. You saw that I sent a super chat to Millhouse. I think it's a Don't Worry podcast. When Millhouse expressed or shared that he's like, hey, it's so frustrating that H3H3 calls anybody criticizing them anti-Semitic when I used to be a paying member, a paying subscriber, whatever. He would pay the H3H3 podcast for, exclusive access to some of their content. Nothing wrong with being a paid member of anything, right? Patreon, what have you. But his whole thing, and I was like, wait, what the fuck? Was he knew they were Zionists. Well, he knew that they were, if you're Israeli, you're a Zionist. And was just trying to be kind of more progressive and be like, hey, I shouldn't judge these people based on this ideology or whatever. And for me, I'm a little bit more staunch of like, yeah, no, I consider Zionism white supremacy. So you're out. You're out. Yes, du. I don't care if you call me anti-Semitic. Who gives a fuck? Emma Vigeland tried it. I don't care. You're just white to me. You're just whites to me. So nobody really brings up the fact that Noah Samson was kind of a fucking creep. He was a creep. He violated her consent. Some people got upset that I said this because like, oh, you make it sound like he was like he assaulted somebody. I'm like, no, if he assaulted somebody, I would have said he assaulted somebody. I don't fucking hide my words. He violated somebody's consent. That's what happened. He had consent to do something as long as blank. He violated the as long blank, and thus he did not have consent to do the things he was doing, and he knew this willingly. Yeah, I mean it is gossip until you realize that it's a little bit more serious than just regular gossip. You know what I mean?
Right? One is better than the other, right? Which one are you ethically obligated to vote for?
If you have two options, and if you only have two options, you are ethically
We don't have two options though, motherfucker.
Obligated to do the less child rape. Don't you agree?
You're going to vote.
Wait. Sorry. If you agree that there's only two options, and one involves the rape of 1,000, and one.
But we don't only have two options. I'm losing my voice.
involves the rape of
No, there's
999.
not only two options. There's not only two options.
Okay. So then, but in the case where there's only two options,
But we're not in the case where there's only two options. God damn.
would you agree that
There's not only two options.
in the
No,
case
there's
if
not only
it,
two options.
but if there were only two
But
options,
there's not.
So you see how these fucking cultists need to create a fucking fictional world in order to justify their immorality. Do you see how they need to do this in order to feel as if somehow they're not normalizing genocide and that they're not guilty for the perpetration, the continued perpetration of genocide? They want to hold you accountable because you didn't vote for Kamala. And she could have possibly, maybe, despite her own words and her own team saying otherwise, been better to stop the Zionist entity's genocide of Palestinians. That's where they want you to live. But when you tell them, like, hey, there's more options to just those two parties, and maybe we should all stop supporting the genocidal parties, just an idea, they're like, nope, there's only two options. Well, yeah, there's only two options to people like you. And the rest of us have to deal with that brain rot that there's only two options because of everyone like you refusing to vote for a third party. Oh shit.
I
understand, but would you grant that if there were only two options, that it would be better? It would be more.
Don't grant him that. He just wants this. You see why it's so annoying? They don't want to have a real conversation. Do you see why this is so annoying? If you grant me my make-believe world, where then I could turn to my audience and be like, well, we know, wink, wink, that there's really only two options. Yeah, because of people like you.
But would you grant that if there were only two options, that it would be better? It would be more.
I don't grant that there. No, because
Yes.
that disguises the point of this conversation.
It's hypothetical.
And he laughs at this because he recognizes the ridiculousness of what he's doing. He's laughing to make it seem for his audience like, oh, isn't this guy's not willing to engage in a hypothetical? No, because we understand why you're proposing this hypothetical. We're using a real world example, right? There's more than one party. I mean, I didn't, homie, I don't know your name, but I didn't like the gross fucking sexual nature of this hypothetical. Because it's unnecessary. I understand that these debate guys have to go to the extreme. I don't like it because I'm just trying to have a conversation. I'm trying to understand each other. I'm not trying to get you to agree with me. I'm trying to get you to understand where I'm coming from. Even with the sore throat.
But if it were, I'm just it's conditional. You're saying like, but I did have breakfast.
But it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. But the hypothetical.
Oh, by the way, so he mentions breakfast. I fucking hate this so much because it just proves how much I've listened to dumb shit like this. There's a whole thing that you do when somebody can't engage with the hypothetical. You ask them, hypothetically, let's say you had cereal for breakfast or some shit like that. They're like, no, I had bacon and eggs for breakfast. No, right. But hypothetically, let's say you had cereal for breakfast, but I didn't. I had bacon and eggs for breakfast. And then you realize that some people actually cannot functionally, they're not trying to be malicious or bad faith. They literally are incapable of engaging with hypotheticals. You could argue it's a little ableist, whatever, but it's just a shortcut way of being like, oh, okay, maybe I should take a different approach if you want to be good faith and trying to get my point across, because hypotheticals are not going to work, right? So he throws that in there for his audience to pick up on and be like, oh, this guy can't even engage with the hypothetical. And again, this is why I'd rather stick to real world fucking examples than going into this crazy hypothetical world, because these people, these debate bros, will use that to try and change the narrative of saying, well, in this hypothetical that we're creating, what if there was only two options? And now you have to concede, well, then yes, I would vote for the one that would less assault people, right? And it's like, and then they take that as a W, as a win. Oh, I got you to concede. Like, well, yeah, in this new example that bears no resemblance to our current material reality, right? I would have rather he said, instead of sexually assaulting, if he would have said just straight out, taking out 999 kids versus 1,000. That would have been a better example in comparison to the genocide of Palestinians, unfortunately, than this weird, creepy example. Because then you don't really have to play ball with his, what if it was only two? Well, it isn't. We know that it's not. YouTube censor script regulator. You mentioned something earlier. I missed it. Vote third party. Can I be my own sovereign human on this landmass with governance of my mind? It's only one option, as it's the same system based on the new slavery system of control implemented in 1913. Oh shit. Yeah, bro. Sure. You're the smartest person in every room. Okay. Just be careful, everybody.
The hypothetical, your hypothetical doesn't make sense. No, think about this.
What do you mean
right?
it doesn't make sense?
Okay, the other option is to not vote.
No,
right? There is a third option.
So we'll get there. We'll
Even
definitely
then,
get there.
even then, I was thinking about third parties, but motherfuckers saying, "Oh, just don't engage." Accurate.
But you won't even agree. No, we won't get there.
You won't even agree
because it's not because your hypothetical isn't useful to it doesn't map on to our reality, right? It doesn't map on to.
I think it does.
Like how we vote.
I think it does.
So
but why don't we just agree on the base thing first? Why don't we agree on the base thing first?
We won't agree on that. Hold on, 36% of voters, so 36% of eligible voters don't vote, right? I have that wrong, right?
I'm not sure.
There isn't a third of eligible voters who don't vote in our election. Is that not a thing?
I think they do. There's a sizable contingent of people who don't vote. Yes.
There's a sizable. Okay. Oh, so it sounds like there's another option there. Correct. Sounds like another option.
Yeah, no, but I can explain. But why don't we just do the 2 and then we can move on to the 3 and the 4?
No.
Why don't you want to get clarity on it?
See, he's so fucking gross. He's so fucking gross, and he thinks it's funny, and it's all a fucking game to him. It's all a joke. It's disgusting, bro. That's what I'm saying. Just because you're brown, you can still have this fucking white mind going on up here. This Eurocentric worldview of things. It's fucking weird. It's unsettling, right? Because I'm fortunate enough to be around people that may have been socially conditioned to view things through a rightward lens because of schooling, right? Because of most of the propaganda that we're forced to engage with as we grow up in the belly of the beast and what have you. But this is kind of like an extra layer of malicious, informed, bad faith, self-justifying normalization of genocide. That was a mouthful.
No, because the whole point is within a democracy. So like, I might have this wrong, and I might have my facts wrong. So if I do, I apologize, right? But like within Australia, right, has mandatory, quote unquote mandatory voting. They're pretty loose with that. But for mandatory voting, you can pay to not vote, but still, let's assume that everyone does vote, right?
Okay.
I think there's like a no vote answer or like a write-in answer where you can put anything you want, which is effectively a no vote. Even in that option, there's
YouTube censors, grift regulator. Bro, man, at some point you gotta grow up. You really do. You gotta grow up beyond the whole Zog, National Reserve. We need to go back to the gold standard bullshit. And I'm sorry that you're still stuck there. I think this is the most we'll ever engage because, I mean, you could hang on the chat as long as you're respectful to everybody. I don't care. But, yeah, like this whole fucking zeitgeist, loose change, YouTube conspiracy theory, whole QAnon light bullshit. I already went through it in high school when I was a little pothead. That's it. Guess Goodfellow tacos. I used to smoke, past tense. I can't now. I wouldn't want to now. But I get randomly drug tested to begin with, so I'm screwed even if I wanted to.
So in that system, there's another option. There isn't one like option A or option. You aren't forced to vote for one or the other.
We can't even agree on if there were two. We can't even agree that
because it's not useful. That's not
exactly,
useful,
bro. That's a great. I never thought about wording it like that. It's not useful to this example. You just want a W for your audience. Which it's sad because your audience is too stupid to realize that that's not a practical comparison, or because it's not just, oh, you can't handle a hypothetical. It's like, was your hypothetical actually useful and beneficial and constructive to this conversation? Oh, no, it isn't? It's just to make you look like a badass, to make you look like you're correct? Okay, you can fuck off with that then.
Why don't we skip past like the
why not just grant it and we can just move
no,
he's so desperate to grant it. And credit to this man. What's his name? So I keep not referring to him by his name. Oh, then Pisco says, by the way, I'm a capitalist. Don't let the weak confuse you at the start. Yeah, we're not surprised, bro. We're not surprised. You're on the right. We get this. Prime case? Prime case? I don't know if y'all see this. Prime case. Okay. All right, Prime case. You're smart for not granting this fucker his little in-group W.
Grant nothing. I grant you nothing.
Why not?
Nothing, sir.
Why not?
I grant you nothing, sir.
Wait,
but explain why not, though. Because his audience isn't going to understand. His audience is going to think that you're just hostile. Mind you, the anti-blackness that this guy's fucking audience is probably entrenched in. So instead of being perceived as hostile or unwilling to engage or incapable mentally of engaging with hypothetical, just say, explain why. Because you just want a W. You just want a W in your little constructive fucking make-believe world that doesn't apply to the real world in order to continue fooling and lying to your audience. And Walker, does he even own capital? Thank you. But I'm sure his family's like filled with petty bourgeois at the very least.
Because you haven't earned it. You aren't owed.
I don't know what you
aren't owed my acquiescence.
There you go. All right.
I'm not trying to like bully.
You could always answer with humor. That's always a W. That's always a win. Whatever they're calling it these days. That's good. That's solid.
I'm just
You're not bullying. I'm bullying you. What are you talking about?
No, I'm not. Okay, I'm not trying to like trap you. I just think that like it should be easy. Of course.
There's this thing. What's his name used to say it? Oh shoot, Eugene S. Robinson would say it. Because when he's saying, "I'm not trying to trap you," you've got it made when you're able to like fake sincerity. When you're able to lie to people so well that they believe you're sincere. That's it. That's it. You got it made. People are gonna take you at your word, despite you being an insidious, two-faced, slimy, genocide normalizing weasel.
Because it obfuscates. It obfuscates like what the metaphor is trying to elucidate.
Mm-hmm.
It obfuscates that when you boil it to two. Because it says that you only have two options, right? And it's a binary choice. That's what the Democratic Party wants you to believe.
Right.
That's a binary choice. That's one. It's chicken or fish, like Obama said. That's what you have. You have chicken or fish, right? Or you can have people who stay home, like they stayed home for Hillary. Right, like they stayed home for.
Okay, so let me get around this question, and I'll give you the affirmative response.
How Joe Biden would have lost the 2020 election if not for COVID. If not for COVID, he would have in the economic downturn that resulted in it. If that didn't happen, Trump would have won that election. Absolutely.
I'm not so sure about that. I talked to this guy, the Laksha Jain guy or whatever.
There's certain topics there. He gave up on trying to get his little small W. That's just, I mean, with y'all, this is as far as I made it, 30 minutes into this 3-hour debate. And again, all credit to Prime Case or Prime Casey. I'm not sure how he says it. And he did the thing. He explained to Pisco's audience why he was so desperate for that. And he used real world examples. Can you believe that? Can you believe it? Real world examples. Both to demonstrate that he is knowledgeable and also to show like, hey, maybe actually engaging in the actual reality that we're in might be beneficial. Maybe, just maybe.
Seemingly smart guy. A lot of people got a boost because of COVID. Like Trump, like other world leaders got a boost because of COVID. Jacinda Ardern got a boost. The Peruvian president got a boost. A bunch of Western leaders got a boost. I think Boris got a boost. Like, so I'm not so sure that COVID hurt. I think Trump's response to COVID maybe hurt him, but like perhaps, yeah. But like, I think if
Trump's response to COVID hurt him.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I don't know why some people are so intelligent and then spew nonsense. No. Okay, excuse me. Some people are so intelligent, they will disagree with you, spit facts, that contradict what they're arguing. And it's like you're so desperate to appear smart that you're not even listening how stupid you're making yourself sound. And I don't understand. I've never understood it. Maybe I flirted with that when I was younger. I can't tell you. But I've always been so eager to learn, so eager to be corrected, right? Because if you correct me, I'm better now. If you correct me, I know more now. If you correct me, I'm not as dumb as I was prior to our interaction. So I've always been down to be corrected. Mind you, I think I learned this more because of martial arts. If you correct my defense, if you correct my skill, guess what? I'm not going to get my ass kicked. Ass bad. And maybe someday I'll be able to kick some ass. But some people are just so stubborn just to be the smartest person in the room. I don't understand it. Why would you ever want to be the most anything in any room?
But like what I'm saying is like I'm not so sure that he would have like take out COVID that he wouldn't want anyway. Anyway, I just want to get around all these questions that I think that I should push you on the two choice thing, but
of course, but you're gonna it's these hollows victories. I would push you more on this, but we need to keep the conversation going. So I'm just gonna let it go. So his audience like, oh, okay, he didn't lose. He didn't lose that one. He's gonna be the bigger person. He's gonna take the high road. Chingate, way. Chingate, cabrón. Nah, bro. How stupid is your fucking audience? I don't get it. I don't understand it. There's another point I was gonna make, but then he did that pathetic shit.
It doesn't seem like you want to do it.
Oh, without question, never let liberals tell you that Biden handled the COVID pandemic better than Donald Trump. He did not. He swept it under the fucking rug. He normalized, just like Democrats normalized genocide, they normalized the pandemic. Whether we want to admit it or not, Trump was forced to handle the pandemic better than Joe Biden. That's a sad fucking truth.
You're not gonna win.
But here's what I'm saying: like, we're not talking between 999 and 1,000. What we're talking about is orders of magnitude difference, not just in Gaza, which it would be orders of magnitude different.
No, according to what? According to who? What the fuck? What? In your make-believe world, who started this? Joe Biden with Kamala Harris. What makes you think they would not have continued it? Despite everything they were saying that they would.
It's not order of magnitude different.
Not only in Gaza. Wait, let me just finish it. Not only in Gaza, also domestically. We're not talking about the difference between 999 and 1,000. It is a night and day difference. It's the difference between having a country and not having a country.
Oh, fuck.
I agree that
it's a difference between having a country or not having a country. I mean, fuck Donald Trump for being the boogeyman for these motherfuckers. Democracy's on the line.
In terms of their policy agenda, absolutely.
You know what I will say? YouTube censors grift regulator. You do got to read this, and then I'm done with you. You got to read this. I know you're gonna enjoy it, and if anything, we're never gonna agree. You're too intelligent for everybody here. You know the truth, and we're all blind to it. But you're gonna love this. Give me 1 second. And I say this to the Soulless King a lot, and I want to reiterate it every time I get the chance. If you're here and you're pushing back, I want that. I crave that. I'm actually with it. If you're already at some high level Messianic kind of shit, you know, the cult, I'm not gonna engage with it because you're already a Freemason. You know, you're already like a 33rd rank Freemason. So I can't help you. You know, you're above us. You watch us mortals. What I will say though, you might enjoy this. It's by Hickman. Hickman, great fucking writer. A lot of people didn't like his Avengers, or what run did I don't know. I forget what run people didn't like, but his Fantastic Four is awesome. This is the Black Monday Murders. I don't know. I think this is the first time I pull up comics like this. The Black Monday Murders. Love these fucking covers. Gorgeous. Very simple. It's not about pirates, although the skull might tell you that. It's about a satanic cabal that runs Wall Street. And it's a great fucking series. It's unfinished, unfortunately. So if you don't like being left hanging, because it's probably not ever going to get finished, then I don't recommend it. But if you don't mind a good cliffhanger, The Black Monday Murders by Hickman, there's only 2 volumes out. You're going to enjoy this. If you're deep into like the deep state and the Federal Reserve and all that shit, like if you like that stuff, great fucking books. Great, like such a good time. I love cliffhangers. It kind of leaves it up to your imagination. Yeah, I don't know if you like good art, if you like good stories. I mean, look how gorgeous this interrogation scene is. I don't know if it's gonna pick it up. Let's see here. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna pick it up. But I don't know. Just the coloring on this, the letters are awesome. Great use of blacks, and the colors, the shadows are just very noir detective. If you like that vibe, that's all I can do for you. You're too intelligent for me. You know the unknown. That's what I'm saying. You're just too smart. I don't know what to tell you. That's the closest I get to discovering the truth of the Federal Reserve. You're saying my defenses are up, but I don't know. How does an ant talk to a god? I can't. We are all beneath you. It's the Federal Reserve, brother. Yeah. I tried my best. I was kind, right? Was I not kind? Awesome. Also, people, come on, man. I try to be nice.
Absolutely a shit lib like Kamala, right? A boring corporate shit lib. Desperately
Christ.
and completely
I
under
can't
the
believe
thumb
you're
of the
saying this,
billionaires
dude.
who
This-
financed her campaign. Was her campaign not financed to the tune of billions?
Yeah, it was. You know
by
what? You know what?
billionaires?
I'm
It
gonna get
was.
on my stump
Yeah.
right
Oh,
now.
but that's not important.
I'll
It's not-
let you get on your stump. I want to get on my stump. I respect the fuck out of Kamala Harris because she understands.
I don't.
She understood in that moment that she had a responsibility to the fucking nation.
Yeah.
She had a responsibility to the nation, and
To
so
take
she
that fucking money.
No, and she walked a line that she thought was. Listen, I don't agree with everything she did in the campaign, but I respect the fuck for her trying to fucking win, to be a killer, and to try to find
She didn't try to win.
She did try to win, and you know what? She probably saved us so many seats in the
No,
Senate and
she
the
didn't.
House, and I respect
No,
the fuck
fuck
out of
that.
her. I respect the fuck out of her for doing her best.
She tried to win by not distancing herself from Joe Biden. Kamala Harris tried to win by not distancing herself from Joe Biden. Come on, y'all. Come on. Yeah, he called her a shit lib. he's a funny guy. He really is.
She's garbage.
and saving us from what otherwise
She
would have
didn't
been.
do her best to win. She was doing her best to win at the very start of the campaign, right? When the start of the campaign, when she was coming out with more forceful rhetoric, when she got Tim Walz onto the into the vice president,
And it wasn't
seat,
enough
right?
for you.
Like, no, it was. I was extremely excited. I was telling people, hey, because we're people on MySpace who were saying she's garbage, don't give her a chance, she's got no charisma. And yeah, she doesn't really have charisma. But I'm like, look past all that. I'm seeing a lot of positive notes from Kamala Harris. I was extremely excited, right? My excitement was increasing from just being optimistic at the start, and then being completely positive, right? At the beginning. Then start introducing really simple terminology that was exciting the base, right? Just calling Republicans weird. Just calling them weird. Hey, it's weird that Republicans have these policies, right? It's weird that they're so obsessed with whatever's in between the legs.
You know, okay, and it's funny, and I don't think a lot of liberals will know this. I don't think they know this, and I think some of us on the left might be a little embarrassed to admit it. I'm shameless. I don't give a fuck. initially I was fucking like nervous. I was nervous because I was like, oh shit, we're about to go through Obama 2.0. You know, all the atrocities that Hillary was going to get away with because she's a white woman, because she's going to follow Obama. That was one thing. Because I didn't vote in the Trump-Hillary election. Because I knew how fucking evil she was. And so I was nervous because Kamala Harris did have like a big surge at the start. And I was like, holy shit, we're about to see she's gonna be able to get away with everything. Everything. And there's gonna be no pushback. It's gonna be Obama 2.0 because she's a woman. And I'm like, fuck. It's a wrap. Like I really thought the left was done after that. I was a little too young to really understand the Obama years, even though I lived through them. But politically speaking, I was too young to really understand what was happening. And that's why I was nervous about that. Yeah, it was going to be bad. So I don't know what, like, it was that another phrase again is, what is it, like, the jaws of victory, but it's like grabbing defeat from the jaws of victory or some shit like that. I don't know. There's a phrase like that.
Legs of trans individuals. That's a weird fucking thing to do, right? And it was catching on. And putting Tim Walz forward, I think was giving her a lot of attention that she wasn't getting otherwise, right? But here's what happened. According to reporting, right? Well, multiple things happened. One of them was that she got a message of like a phone call from President Biden, right? And in that phone call, he says no daylight.
Yep.
And what he means by that is that there can't be daylight between your positions and.
That's why Lana's the best. She snatched defeat from the jaws of victory. Thank you so much. That's what I meant. And Lynn Stacks, why no third party? I don't know. How old was I that during the first one? I was already an adult, I think. I graduated in 2012 or yeah. I don't know. I probably didn't care enough, to be honest. To be honest with you, I don't know. All right.
My positions that he wanted her to run his campaign, right? And this explains that when she goes on to was it?
Does that strike you as believable?
Yeah, I was like 21. I was too busy getting fucked up and doing dumb shit.
I mean, maybe it happened.
100% believable. Hold on, okay. I'll give you an example of this, right? When she goes on to what's Whoopi Goldberg's thing on ABC, The View. When she goes in The View, they were disastrous.
That was so bad. I don't know why Pisco's putting himself through this. Y'all remember this? No, not the decline. Where is this shit, man?
The race to the White House is now calling.
And historic.
Oh, yeah.
And we talked for a while. A small business owner of our small businesses.
Where is it?
Of other people, and then there's empathy. On a very basic level, of an agreement that at some point, abilities to
Hold on. Yes. Here we go.
Would you have done something differently than President Biden during the past 4 years?
There is not a thing that comes to mind in terms of, and I've been a part of most of the decisions that have had impact.
Yeah.
So not only saying I'm not going to do anything different, but I've been in the room co-signing most of what he's done. Come on, bro.
The work that we have done, for example, capping the cost of insulin at $35 a month for our seniors is something I care deeply about allowing.
Yeah, when Joe Biden said that if universal healthcare would reach his desk, he would veto it.
Medicare to negotiate drug prices.
Yes.
And bring the cost of prescription medication down for seniors, but my intention is to expand that for all Americans.
Mm-hmm. Would you?
Hilarious. Yeah, Taylor Lane, like I wouldn't even have known that, to be honest. Says Gloria La Riva was the 2016 third party for Socialists and Liberation, I believe. Jill Stein was for the Green Party. Yeah, that we're not allowed to forget.
Appearance in the View. And they asked her a simple question. Hey, what would you do differently from Biden? Right?
You know what I will say? The jamon, I would not be surprised if yeah, Sonny knew at that point. Like, fuck. Like, it must be frustrating to be more intelligent than these politicians and just be like, dude, you fumbled it. Because at the end of the day, in terms of interviewing and how the audience is going to perceive it, if that's what you do, like Sonny, then you're aware how the audience is going to perceive that shit.
She said,
yeah, that was a bad answer. That's a bad answer.
No,
but,
yeah.
But it's not just one bad answer, bro. It's one bad answer after the next, after the next, after the next.
But that's the answer that she was...
But you're falling for that meme. You actually believe her when she says, like, I wouldn't do anything different. She's in a tough position, and you're basically...
She's a victim. What was she supposed to do? Fucking lead, motherfucker? Lead?
Oh, do I believe the candidate when they say something? Oh, I'm sorry. During a campaign, I apologize.
Are you that naive, dude? Come on, she's the vice president.
But what makes you believe that she's going to do the opposite or that she's going to do something better? You get what I'm saying? So if you're telling me, hey, don't believe the candidates and don't believe the words that are coming out of their mouth, all right, cool, fine, I won't. So then why do you believe that she would have done better? Why do you expect me to believe that she would have done something secretly to improve shit? Why do you assume the best from these fucking people?
To give her, what grace do I have to give her? And to assume
she was in one of the toughest spots.
She'll be better.
She was thrown in a horrible fucking hole by Joe Biden. And
yes,
and
terrible president Joe Biden. Agreed. Yes,
the best president of your lifetime. Name a better.
Awful.
Name a better president in your lifetime. Name a better president. Name a better president of your lifetime.
Name one who's done more damage to the Democratic Party.
Name a better president in your lifetime.
Which one?
Name a better president.
Clinton left the Democratic Party. I don't like Clinton, to be very clear, right? But he left the Democratic Party.
You know what's hilarious? I didn't want to make this argument. Props to this fool. I'm so bad with names for going head on for this prime case. Props for you for making that argument, because I hate Bill Clinton because of NAFTA for now and forever. So props for you for engaging in this. All right, let's hear it.
Bill Clinton. You think the new Democrat Bill Clinton, conservative Bill Clinton, Bill Clinton?
I didn't say I liked him. I just said I didn't like him.
No, you think he's better than? You think he's a better president than Joe Biden?
I'm saying he left the DNC in a better position than Joe Biden.
They're all conservative new Democrats. Who cares if they're all conservative?
Bro, well, you don't care, motherfucker. You don't care, because you're gonna vote for them regardless. I agree. The new Democrats are essentially Republican light, and we've talked about this even prior to Bill Clinton, Jimmy Carter, right? But what Prime Case is doing here is saying, in terms of the party, who left it better? That's an interesting argument. I like that counter argument.
Left them, and I don't like them. I think they're garbage. I think they're
was
garbage.
A better president in your lifetime?
Democratic presidency, hey, anyone that didn't sponsor a genocide, name them. Which one?
Yeah,
George Bush.
Which one didn't?
Whoa.
George Bush.
Afghanistan, Iraq, okay. Torture dungeons, okay.
Bush.
And
was better than Joe Biden. I want to hear you. I want to hear you say.
No, I thought you were talking about Democratic presidents.
He was.
I want to hear. I want to hear you say this.
He was talking about Democratic presidents.
No, I'm
Did you say
just
Democratic presidents?
okay. So you think that Bill Clinton was a better president than Joe Biden?
I named 3 Democratic.
Even though he was way more conservative than Joe Biden. Joe Biden.
I don't like any of his policies. I think that the Obama administration.
What these people like Pisco fail to understand is that genocide trumps all that shit. Genocide should trump all that shit. Genocide should be the unifying force that we all oppose above everything else. What if Donald Trump, here's a hypothetical, what if Donald Trump said, all right, Pisco, I'm going to give you everything you want, everything in your agenda, domestically. But I'm going to carry out 3 genocides. Pisco would take it because these people are nationalists. At their core, they're nationalists. When you could dismiss the international arena like that, you're a nationalist.
Administration mostly concerned itself with reversing things that happened in the Clinton administration. I think that we're still dealing with those issues. But when Clinton left office, Democrats were in a fantastic position.
Joe Biden ended the war in Afghanistan. I thought you were. I thought you were anti-war.
I didn't say that Joe Biden didn't do things I agreed with. I said, hey, like the FTC, the CFPB were fantastic.
He wants you to give him credit for ending a war, but to ignore the fact that he started a genocide.
Fantastic, right? You know, the parts that were given to him by.
So if it weren't for Gaza, would you acknowledge that Joe Biden was the best president in your lifetime?
If it wasn't for a genocide, if it wasn't for a little thing called genocide, would you acknowledge that he's the greatest? If it wasn't for the most atrocious thing anyone could commit, motherfucker said, what genocide? So desperate, bro. So desperate. It's pathetic. Groveling, fucking spineless behavior.
I think he beyond the genocide that he sponsored.
This is the equivalent of earlier of saying, oh, if there was only 2 options, he would say, if you ignore the greatest crime human beings can commit, isn't he the best? I don't know what to tell y'all.
To the tune of billions. Yeah, I think he did a lot of great things, actually.
Ram, you know what? I think you're right. Ram says, this is racism, or am I tripping? Yeah. Yep. You're right. If it wasn't because he's devaluing, dismissing the lives of Palestinians. Yep. It is disgusting.
Okay, so it's really this Gaza. You're a one-issue voter in this respect. If it weren't for the Gaza stuff, you would have voted for Kamala.
Yes, if it wasn't for the genocide that we are supporting with our tax dollars, if this wasn't for this massive thing that you keep trying to minimize, yes, I would have voted for Kamala Harris. If it wasn't for the genocide.
Yeah, so
I think we'll leave it there. We're at 5 hours. I appreciate y'all. Thank you for sticking through with it. I know this is unbearable to listen to. I know I was struggling with my voice. Y'all even had me reading extra today. So yeah, estuvo. And I will look. I banned that fool because this is my chat. I get to ban people that I find annoying, and he was annoying y'all. But I do really recommend. I'm not gonna do like comic book fucking recommendations every week or whatever. But Hickman, great writer. Image, indie comics. So I recommend this great run, The Black Monday Murders. If you don't mind an unfinished story, it kind of goes with the ambiance of this kind of satanic Wall Street noir story being told. Thank y'all for the super chats today. I'm going to be working on some edited stuff once I start feeling a little bit better. Subscribe to Deculturation Live. The other channel this entire thing will be up. Again, thank you for all the support. Hit the like on your way out. If you're sick and tired of these bland, unseasoned, no tienen sabor, no pican, Wonder Bread YouTube shit, then you found the right fucking place. Like Glenn Ford used to say, organized with eyes wide open. Yes, dude.